Chapter 670. Because Ji-er was truly frightened by the last case. In order to compensate him, Ning-Shu specially accompanied him to eat from the beginning to the end of the street. Then, they changed to another street and continued until his small flat stomach was completely round. Ji-er let out a big burp before reluctantly leaving the sweet tea shop. Holding a bag of candied fruits, he walked forward with satisfaction. Tonight was really lively. Even Bai Xiaosheng, who was usually in charge of the chasing cloud and moon chasing tower, rarely came out. He set up a table on the second floor and slammed his gavel on the table. His eloquence flowed like a river, and his tongue flowed like lotus flowers. He said that it was about the Zhao Mingjin case that had just ended. It was rare for Ning-Shu to hear a few good words about herself from his mouth, and she was overwhelmed by the favor. Then, she heard that Xiahou Qing was also in his story, and was actually made into the best partner of the two of them. They worked together to protect each other, and together, they bravely broke through 10 years of grievances. It was really a beautiful story. Hearing this, the male guests clapped and cheered, and the female guests stamped their feet in jealousy. It was really lively. How interesting. Two names that had no connection in the past had coincidentally fallen together in this life, and were spoken by the same person at the same time. This feeling was so subtle that Ning-Shu, who was behind the crowd, couldn't help but smile. Even her heart softened a bit. After Bai Xiaosheng finished speaking, Ning-Shu still wanted to hear more. However, Ji-er's attention was attracted by a magic trick stall not far away. His eyes lit up, and he dragged Ning-Shu into the crowd. "Sister, look, there's a magic trick over there." Ji-er, slow down a bit. Ning-Shu hurriedly pulled his hand and followed. The magic trick stall was also crowded with people. The stall owner was performing his best trick. When the black cloth was lifted, 7 or 8 snow-white birds suddenly flew out of the originally empty cage. The most amazing thing was that each bird had a fresh flower in its mouth. They flew into the crowd, circled around, and then flew back obediently. The onlookers, men, women, old, and young, were all very happy. Copper coins were thrown into the plate like rain, making the stall owner laugh so hard that his teeth could not be seen. Then he performed a spitting fire dragon from his mouth. Ji-er clapped her hands in excitement. Ning-Shu recognized him at a glance. Wasn't he the stall owner that she had questioned when investigating Consort Ruan's case? They were old acquaintances. He had even received an ingot of gold from her. Fortunately, that ingot of gold was paid for by Xiahou Qing. Why did she think of him again? It was as if all the schemes and thoughts in her mind had been thrown away, leaving only Xiahou Qing in front of her eyes, as if he was in a dream. She looked through the stall owner's exquisite magic trick. Every corner of the street was filled with the shadows of her and him sitting side by side when they walked together. He obviously hated to go out and show his face in public, but he still couldn't persuade her that day. He reluctantly accompanied her to wander around and was even forced to wear a very obstructive curtain hat, living like a well-bred young lady. He clearly didn't have much time left. Every second was as precious as gold, but he was still willing to waste time. He patiently stood under the Chinese redbud tree and waited for her to return from the line of people buying dumplings. He was quiet and distant, without a trace of impatience. He clearly couldn't taste anything and didn't have the slightest interest in any food. His mouth said, "It's just but he still ate the dumplings that she handed over. This person was always good at using this kind of cold and awkward method to leave a brand that belonged to him in her soul. Thank you to all the old and young masters and young ladies for coming." The stall owner was still trying his best to perform, trying to attract the attention of the audience. Only the young girl in the bright pomegranate dress in the middle of the crowd stood there in a daze, not moving at all. There were so many voices all around, so noisy and happy, but it seemed like it had nothing to do with her. What should she do? Her mind was filled with him. But from the time she got off the carriage until now, she had been looking for him for almost 2 hours and still hadn't met him. Could it be that he didn't come tonight? Ning-Shu frowned. How dare he? Forsythia saw that the moon was high in the sky and hurriedly urged, Miss, the lantern contest at the Sambai Water Pavilion is about to start. Shall we go and join in the fun?" Ning-Shu's eyes were still searching in the crowd. She was dispirited, It's just a lantern contest. It's held every year. It's boring. Forget it. Moreover, she lowered her head and looked at the lantern that she made with her own hands. It was not terrible to lose face, but it was terrible to know that she was going to lose face and still go there. Forsythia and Zigue exchanged glances with each other. They looked at each other and smiled. They all went to her together. Miss, let's go. What if you win? I heard that this year's contest is different from the previous years. The winner will not only get the Jinu hairpin made by Sanbai's master, but also get an extra big gift. The person who can get it and their loved one will be happy and safe for the rest of their life. Miss, we are very curious. Let's go, let's go. Ning Shu's heart suddenly moved. Although she was reluctant to say it, her face had already betrayed her. I can't compete with you. Let's go, let's go. But let's make a deal. We will go and take a look. We will definitely not participate. Do you hear me? Okay. Chapter 671. The owner of Sanbai Waterside Pavilion, Madame Sanbai, was the most cultured senior in the capital. It was said that she and her husband met at a Chishi Lantern Festival many years ago. Since then, they had no doubts about each other and protected each other for 50 years. It became a story that everyone in the capital praised. And every year, the lantern contest held by Sanbai Waterside Pavilion became the Magpie Bridge in the hearts of countless budding young men. They only hoped that when they met in the Golden Wind and the Jade Dew, they would surpass the countless people in the world. Wow, so beautiful. When they arrived at Sanbai Waterside Pavilion, they saw that it was already dark inside. Thousands of lanterns set off the waterside pavilion as if it was a paradise. The warm crimson light shone through the glass and fell on the white cheeks of the young girls. It was like the sunset had dyed the clouds, causing a wave of exclamations. Tonight, the entire capital was in a dream. The lantern contest had already begun. Hundreds of young girls carried the dreams in their hearts as they took turns to display the lanterns in their hands. Was held in the arms of a servant and was very happy to watch. Ning Shu was distracted to take care of him, while her eyes unconsciously searched the crowd. Turned around and saw that she was distracted. He said crisply, Jia, are you looking for someone? Why aren't you looking at the lanterns? Ning Shu came back to her senses and said with a lonely smile, Jia was just distracted. Which lantern does like? Jia will look with you. Ning Shu took into her arms. She heard Forsythia suddenly stand on her tiptoes and say, Who is that? He seems a bit familiar. Ning Shu subconsciously looked back. Who else could it be but Yin with wheat-colored skin who squeezed through the crowd? Her eyes lit up, and Yin also saw them. He showed a bright smile and waved his hand to squeeze over. He didn't have time to greet Ning Shu and consciously squeezed to Zigui's side, looking at her with a silly smile. Zigui's ears were slightly hot. He hurriedly glared at him and signaled for him to be serious. Yin came back to his senses and embarrassedly scratched his head as he greeted Ning Shu. Forsythia was simply a worm in her family's young Mrs. Stomach. She looked left and right. Why did you come alone? Where's your family Sheetsy? We've been looking for him here for 2 hours. It's like this. The heir apparent was originally going to come, but he was summoned to the palace by His Majesty at the last minute. He was really busy, so he specially sent me here to apologize to Miss Ning. I've been looking for you in the East Market for a long time, but there are too many people here, so I only found you now. Miss Ning, I'm sorry. My family's heir really didn't do it on purpose. Please don't be angry. Ning Shu smiled. Although she said there was no harm, the light in her eyes was extinguished. Immediately after, she began to worry. After the chaos in the palace that day, the situation in the palace was very unclear. Empress Chao had surfaced with the plum blossom kiss. The emperor's own safety was uncertain. Yesterday, the palace had sent out news that Yin Zhaoi was unwell. Now, the emperor had summoned Xiahou Qing into the palace alone. It was difficult to predict whether the situation was good or bad. If Chao Ho went berserk, the situation would be dangerous. Her mind raced, and in a very short period of time, more than 10 countermeasures had flashed through her mind, but none of them could guarantee her own safety and help Xiao Qing escape unscathed. But there was no time to hesitate. Even if she knew that there was a mountain of knives and a sea of fire in front of her, she couldn't leave him alone. Take good care, Ji-er. I'll have to trouble Shi-Yin to come with me. Seeing that she was in a hurry to leave, Forsythia hurriedly called out from behind. Hey, miss, where are you going? Before Ning Shu could answer, there was a loud exclamation behind her. Look, the lanterns can fly. Heavens, so many lanterns. There are dozens, no, hundreds and thousands. Then Ning Shu turned back and saw lanterns rising from the top of the Sambai water pavilion into the night sky. 1, 2, 3, countless connected into a blazing star. The impact was too great. It was as if there was nothing else in the world except for this grand lantern that lit up the entire world in this sunless night. This was, look who that is. It's Xiao Qing, heir apparent Xiao. Chapter 672. As soon as that name appeared, it was as if the water in a pot of oil had been poured. In an instant, Ning Shu's eyes widened. In her pair of eyes that were filled with lights, the figure that she had been longing for walked out from the depths of the light. He was dressed in a watercolored robe, and under the illumination of the sky full of lights, his entire body seemed to be cloaked in light. Ning Shu had thought that she had long been accustomed to big scenes, but she didn't expect that the moment he appeared, she still stopped breathing and couldn't even move. She saw that person's robe fluttering in the wind, his face carrying the bright moon, his palm calloused and his knuckled hand carrying a plain lantern. And under the gaze of thousands of people, he took a step forward. Everyone present who witnessed this scene couldn't help but be amazed. Because since the establishment of this lantern contest, the tradition had always been that brave girls would painstakingly spend many days and effort to make a lantern as a gift to their beloved. It was as if they were openly presenting their hearts to their beloved in front of everyone's eyes. There had never been a man who did the opposite. What was even more shocking was that this person wasn't just anyone, but the immortal-like but unreachable. Even in their dreams, Xiao Qing. Was it true? Or had they mistaken him for someone else? But could they find another person with such magnificence in the world? I made a lantern, and I want to give it to someone. He completely ignored the strange gazes of the people around him and continued to speak. Everyone heard it. I don't know if that person will dislike it. He walked step by step through the crowd that automatically parted and walked towards the direction of his heart. Everyone saw it. In the past 20 years, I, Xiao Qing, have always been loftier than the heavens. Because of my fate, I once resented the heavens for playing tricks on me. But ever since I met you, I have reached a compromise with the heavens. His voice and breath carried the heat of the midsummer night. In the darkness of his world, he reached out his hand, groped, searched, and searched for the light that belonged only to him, until the light contained ripples in its eyes, and it passed through the layers of human obstacles to catch him. Xiao Qing laughed, as if relieved of a burden, but also as if it should be so. In front of the fireworks tonight, he said to the light in his eyes, Xiao Shu, I admire you. Ning Shu smiles. Her watery eyes are filled with indescribable tenderness. She doesn't say that she has suffered 7 lives of pain and was full of resentment and doubt towards God. She doesn't say that she was cold-blooded and thought that she would never be warm again. She also doesn't say that the long 300 years of knowing him was her only luck and salvation in her almost dead existence. She didn't say anything. She just smiled and said, Oh, I know. Afterwards, she took the lantern that was actually made in an extremely simple manner, and then placed her own lantern in his palm, completing this exchange. From then on, their radiance reflected each other, and their lives intertwined. After a long time, the crowd dispersed and the bustling scene came to an end, leaving only them behind. Ning Shu said, Your lamp isn't as beautiful as mine. Of course, Xiao Shu's mind is exquisite, and her craftsmanship is definitely not bad. Unfortunately, I can't see it. Mine is just the simplest plain lantern, and it was barely made. Please forgive me, Xiao Shu. Ning Shu gladly accepted his praise, completely ignoring the fact that her lantern had many patterns. Even the most expensive and huge gems in her dressing table were used, but her craftsmanship was really poor. Even the lantern paper was not neatly glued, which could really be called a waste of natural resources. She really couldn't take it out. Then she said, "Tonight, you expressed your feelings to me in front of so many people. I don't know how those girls will scold me in their hearts. There's no need to wait until tomorrow. Tonight, my reputation as a vixen will rise to another level. How are you going to compensate me?" Xiao Qing frowned and thought for a moment. He gently squeezed her hand and sighed slightly. "That is indeed my lack of consideration. In this case, I will use 7 lives and 7 lives to compensate you, okay?" Ning Shu raised her eyebrows and smiled. "Then let me think about it." The atmosphere between the two was really too sticky. It was like it was filled with honey and stuffed into the mouths of others. They giggled and couldn't help but turn their heads. When they looked again, Zigui had long been pulled by Shi Yin to a corner by the waterside pavilion to whisper. It made people sigh at the treacherous master and servant of Nanping Wang Fu. Fortunately, Ji came out to uphold justice. She forced her way in and separated the two. Then, with one hand behind her back, she pulled on Xiao Qing's sleeve and asked with a stern face, "You are Xiao Qing?" Chapter 673. Facing this little brother-in-law who was only 5 years old, Xiao Qing did not dare to slight him in the slightest. Even though his eyes could not see, this did not prevent him from following his voice and bending his knees. He maintained a level posture and softly said, "This one is." Jier straightened his chubby waist and did his best to maintain a serious appearance. "How old are you this year?" Xiao Qing was respectful and reverent. "Just half a year old?" Jier looked him up and down and crisply said, "Then you are 4 years older than my Jiejie." So old. In vain, he, Xiao Qing, had walked the human world for 20 years and enjoyed the pursuit of many flowers. He did not expect that there would be a day when he would be disliked like this. At the side, Forsythia was laughing so hard that her eyes could not be seen. Ning Shu was also full of ridicule, wanting to see how he would respond. Xiao Qing was not angry at all. Instead, he said very sincerely, "I'm indeed a bit old and not worthy of your Jiejie. Xiao Gongye, please forgive me." Jier nodded. The little rascal said, "Your attitude is barely acceptable. You have to know that my Jiejie has many admirers. The people who want to marry her can line up from here to the city gate. Since you are aware of your shortcomings, you must show your sincerity in the future and treat my Jiejie better. Even better, you cannot make my Jiejie sad. Otherwise, I will have my Jiejie kick you out." Finishing, he waved his hand at Xiao Qing and assumed the posture of a strong little brother-in-law. "Come with me. I have a few things to ask you. This is between us men. It cannot be heard by others." Ning Shu was speechless. She did not know where this little brat had learned this from. What was even more surprising was that Xiao Qing was actually willing to cooperate. His attitude was so gentle that it was not like him. He allowed Ningji's soft little hand to pull on his clothes and led him to an empty flower tree to carry out this man-to-man conversation. There was a pothole under the flowering tree, but it was too dark to see clearly. Ningji almost fell down, but Xiao Qing scooped him up and threw him onto Xiao Qing's long legs. Ningji blushed and hurriedly supported Ning K's legs to stand up. He coughed like the headmaster, put his hands behind his back, and began to ask, "They said you were going to die, right?" Xiao Qing didn't treat him like a child. Instead, he calmed down and frankly said, "Yes, I've been poisoned. My life is hanging by a thread, and I'm in imminent danger. I could die at any time." Ningji frowned and said sadly, "Then what will happen to my sister after you die? How can you let her be a widow when she is so young and so pretty and so clever? Mama Zhou, who owns the flower garden in our mansion, is a widow. I often hear her crying secretly behind the rockery. She is so sad. How about you don't die first, or wait until you are old before you die?" He was still too young. His understanding of life and death was limited to the spring. The butterflies in the garden died one after another in the summer. However, they would come back to life the next spring, flapping their wings. Xiao chuckled. His brows and eyes were as distant and melancholy as the distant mountains. Young Duke, if I have a choice, even if the human world is waiting for me, I can give up everything and live one more day in this world. However, fate is often not in my control. Ningji was even sadder, but my sister likes you very much. You definitely don't know. Ever since my sister woke up from her injuries on her 15th birthday last year, she has been different. She's like a different person. Even though she smiles and treats us very well, she is especially lonely when she is alone. She is like a rock and doesn't care about anything. When she was engaged to those young masters and put on the wedding dress, there was no happiness in her eyes. It was like the headmaster gave me a homework assignment. I didn't like it at all, but I still had to force myself to do it. However, after knowing you, it gradually changed. Sometimes I would play with her after school. I would actually see her holding a book in a daze and smiling. Sometimes she would suddenly sigh and look very distressed. Alright, she also secretly practiced drawing. In order to make that lamp, she pricked a few fingers and you couldn't see it. She really, really likes you. Chapter 674. In order to whisper this, Jir deliberately chose a direction with his back facing them. Ningxu could not hear anything. After this mysterious exchange ended, Jir returned with Xiaoqing. Although that small face was still deliberately stiff, his chubby little hand had already taken the initiative to be held by Xiaoqing. That intimate action made Ningxu raise an eyebrow and ask with a smile, "What did you guys talk about for so long?" Jir quickly pulled his little chubby hand back from Xiaoqing's and replied with a red face, "Nothing much. This is a secret between us men. Don't ask too much." Ningxu could not help but smile and coax, Okay. I won't ask. Our Jir is in charge. Jija will listen to whatever Jir says." Jir snorted. At this time, the moonlight was even brighter. The lights in half the city gradually became gentler from their dazzling brilliance, as if the stars in the sky were scattered in the mortal world. It was already 9 in the morning. Usually, Jir would have fallen asleep by this time. Today, he was excited until this time. Thus, he rubbed his eyes and said softly, "I'm so sleepy. Forsythia, carry me back to the Fu." Forsythia pursed her lips and replied with a smile, Okay. This servant will carry the young Duke back to the Fu to rest." Jir leaned on Forsythia's shoulder and was already feeling sleepy. In the end, he did not forget to turn his head and fiercely waved his little fist, warning Xiaoqing, "You remember 9 in the morning. At the latest, you must send my Jija back to the Fu. Also, you absolutely cannot bully my Jija. Otherwise, I'll teach you a lesson." Ningxu's charming face reddened, and the corner of her mouth twitched. "What bully? Where did this little brat learn such nonsense?" Xiaoqing was amused. He curled his lips in Ningxu's direction. "Good. This one will remember this in my heart. Even if this one has 10 more guts, this one will not dare to bully little Duke's sister." Forsythia and the others couldn't hold it in any longer and revealed mocking smiles. No matter how thick-skinned Ningxu was, she couldn't help but blush. She hurriedly waved her hand and ordered Forsythia to quickly carry Ji away to prevent him from continuing with his witty remarks. She really didn't want to live anymore. Jiusi was quick-witted. When Ningji was carried back to the manor, he signaled with his eyes, and everyone tactfully scattered to the side to guard their respective positions, giving them precious time alone. There was a large bamboo forest planted around the 3-white waterside pavilion. For tonight's Lantern Festival, there was a long string of lanterns hanging down from the eaves of the waterside pavilion like rattan flowers. The soft light covered the bamboo forest, and the quiet bamboo forest was covered with a layer of ambiguous poetry. Why was tonight so magical? She had clearly seen this person's appearance thousands of times, and her heart was tired of looking at it. But tonight, she stood in front of him and only quietly looked at him without speaking. Her heartbeat was already unbelievably fast, as if someone had stuffed a rabbit into her arms. It was jumping around randomly, but it was so soft and cute. Every time it jumped, it happened to be at the apex of her heart, making her intoxicated. What should she say? She quickly thought of what to say to interrupt her current awkwardness. Otherwise, if he sensed her embarrassment, it would be too embarrassing. She was Jing City's #1 fox spirit, but tonight she had completely fallen into his hands. Her reputation was at stake. But before she could think of what to say, Xiao Qing was one step ahead. Xiao Shu, your heartbeat is very fast. Ning Shu was even more embarrassed. She blushed and quickly retorted. What nonsense are you saying? How can my heartbeat be fast? No matter how good your ears are, you can't hear this. You can say whatever you want, but I'll say that your heartbeat is fast. Xiao Qing nodded. He tried hard to say, yes, it's very fast. As long as I think of you, it will completely jump out of my control. Seeing his stiff expression, Ning Shu was stunned. She suddenly bent down and said, where did you learn these words of love? You're really inexperienced. Her smile curved. She stretched out her finger and gently poked his chest. Xian or Tianwen, who learned it from? Xian, right? Tianwen inquires about news on the streets every day. What kind of words of love has he not heard? He definitely wouldn't have taught you this. Before she could finish her teasing, a hand suddenly wrapped around her waist. Her waist was so thin that the hand only needed to gently wrap around it to bring it into the palm of his hand. Then, with a slight force, the owner of this waist was brought into his embrace. The moon shone with a smile above their heads. The lamp burned quietly under the eaves. The leaves of the green bamboo rubbed against each other in the breeze. The shadows that fell on the ground stuck together one after another. No one could tell them apart. Only the rustling sound and the warm breath announced their unspeakable happiness. Time was so slow. It was as if this moment had been stretched to the extreme. It was so long that the snow of Kunlun had melted in an instant and people had turned white. It was so long that even their souls were tightly stuck together and could no longer be separated. Finally, the bamboo leaves reluctantly separated from each other. They breathed moist and hot, but the gentle moon in the sky heard their whispers. I will try my best to survive. Good. Chapter 675. Beautiful figures, soft hands, and a bustling scene. Tonight's Jing City was so beautiful that it did not seem like it was in the mortal world. However, the imperial palace that was only a few li away from the eastern market seemed to be split in half by an invisible line, isolated from the rest of the world. The beast-like palace was so quiet that not a sound could be heard. The thousands of mouths seemed to be covered by an invisible hand. Everyone had their heads lowered and did not even dare to breathe. Funing Palace was filled with lanterns. Silver, red, yellow, lilac, snow, cranes, spirit beasts, magpies, and all kinds of colors filled the entire palace, making it very lively. But in this graveyard-like palace, it was 100 times more terrifying. The Heaven's Choice Emperor sat in the center of the cluster of lanterns, enjoying Empress Chao's gentle gaze. It is said that it is lonely at the top. The emperors of the past all sighed with emotion that they ruled the world, but they also became lonely and could no longer enjoy the pleasures of mortals. Today is the Qixi festival, and all the men and women in the city are indulging themselves. But we are sitting in this imperial palace and are very lonely. Therefore, this concubine specially spent an entire day to personally arrange these lanterns for you to enjoy the pleasures of the mortal world with the people. Your Majesty, do you like it? Heaven's Choice Emperor's eyelids were slightly lowered, and his hands were tightly pressed against the armrest. He did not speak, as if he had turned himself into a puppet. This puppet obediently listened to her and allowed her to do as she wished, but did not give her any reaction. Chao Ho was annoyed by his attitude. She stood up and waved her sleeve, saying with a cold smile, "This concubine specially arranged all of this for you, but you do not appreciate it at all." What? You don't want to spend this kind of night with this concubine? Then who are you thinking of? Your beloved imperial concubine Jiang has already gone to the 9 Springs. Your second best imperial concubine Qi has also been poisoned, and Yin Jiaoyi has also unfortunately fallen ill. Your Majesty, Your Majesty, other than me, who else is left by your side? Heaven's Choice Emperor's face twitched, but he still did not speak. He did not even look at her. He was like a heartless living dead, silently resisting and humiliating her. Chao Ho was completely enraged and her chest heaved up and down. You mean that even if this concubine is the only one left by your side, you will not put me in your eyes? Xiao Mingqing, you're heartless. She angrily threw the wine in front of her to the ground and let the sweet wine soak the gold bricks under her feet. Believe it or not, if you make me angry again, I will immediately order people to dig out your Chi Su's body from the dry well and burn it to ashes. Now, answer me, are these lanterns beautiful or not? Heaven's Choice Emperor's vision went dark and his body trembled. After a while, he slowly squeezed out a word, beautiful. Chao Ho finally smiled in satisfaction like a peony in its prime. She took out her handkerchief and assumed an affectionate posture before returning to the heaven-choosing emperor's feet. Then does your majesty like this concubine's arrangement? Joy, pleasure. Chao Ho sighed and sat on the dragon throne with Heaven Choice Emperor, admiring the lights in the palace. He murmured, Xiao Mingsheng, I don't care if you are willing or not, and I don't care how much you want to kill me. If I die, you cannot live either. Your life is firmly tied to mine. In this life, you and I are closely intertwined and cannot be separated. The emperor and empress sat together so intimately, their hands clasped together like tightly intertwined branches. They quietly admired the hundreds of lanterns around them. Other than the sound of the candles burning, there was no other sound. The candles burned out one by one, and the flames gradually disappeared. Finally, the pitch-black darkness returned to a deathly stillness. When Xiao Ho finally opened the door to Funing Palace, she saw Xiao Yuni, who had been kneeling outside for several days. When he saw Chao Ho, Xiao Yuni's knees that had been kneeling so hard that they had lost consciousness swayed, and his forehead hit the cold gold bricks on the ground. His throat seemed to have a large hole, and blood flowed out. Imperial Mother, Aken knows his mistake. It was Aken who betrayed us and was controlled by outsiders and almost caused Imperial Mother to be in danger. Imperial Mother, please grant Ken death. Chapter 676. Staring at the child she had raised for so many years and watched him grow up, Empress Chao's gaze was extremely cold. She smiled faintly and lowered her eyelids. Six Prince, what did you do wrong? Why are you so afraid? Instead, it makes me seem like a snake or a scorpion, like a demon. Six Prince, quickly get up. It's late and I have to go to bed. It's not good to be old. I can't read people's hearts, and even my body is not as strong as before. Come, prepare the carriage for me. The calmer her voice was, the more terrifying it made people's hair stand on end. Cold sweat kept seeping from Xiao Yuni's forehead. He looked up abruptly and hissed at Empress Chao, who was preparing to prepare the carriage. Mother, please listen to your son's explanation. Otherwise, your son won't be able to die in peace. Empress Chao suddenly looked back, her eyes cold. Her golden armor was pointed at Xiao Yuni's forehead like a sword. She was furious. Explain what? Explain that the son that this consort had painstakingly raised for 11 years did not protect this consort when this consort was in danger. Instead, he conspired with his birth mother to stab this consort in the back. He's not my biological son after all. I raised an ingrate for someone else all these years for nothing. Xiao Yuni ignored the blood on his forehead and walked in front of her on his knees like a puppy. He said tearfully, Mother, you've really misunderstood me. That day, the palace was in chaos. Xiao Yunsen gathered several ministers and charged into the palace to force you to abdicate. Your son was also deceived and was caught off guard. During the battle, I was seriously injured and fainted. When I woke up, I was already locked in a secret room by Yin Jiaoyi. Meanwhile, Xiao Yunsen had succeeded and Imperial Father had woken up. Your son knew that you were in danger and wanted to rush out to save you immediately. However, Yin Jiaoyi threatened me with her life and forced me not to appear. Your son admits that your son's heart did waver that day. But in the end, your son still refused to conspire with her, because your son knows that even though she gave birth to me, the one who truly raised me, supported me, and gave me a way out was you. After I escaped, I knew that Imperial Mother would be furious at Urchin's incompetence that day, so I didn't dare to appear in front of you until I killed all the traitors that colluded with Xiao Yunsan. Only then did I bring their heads to kneel in front of you and beg for forgiveness. Your son is indeed incompetent and has failed to live up to Imperial Mother's teachings and expectations. But your son's sincerity towards Imperial Mother has never been false. Empress Chao narrowed her eyes suspiciously. Really? Xiao Yuni pointed 3 fingers at the sky and said sincerely and resolutely, "If there is a single lie in what I said just now, I will be struck by lightning and become a pig or dog in my next life. I will never be able to touch that stairway to heaven." Chao Ho had personally raised him for 11 years, and no one knew better than her about his hidden ambitions and aspirations. A vow struck by lightning was nothing in the eyes of the imperial family, but he was willing to use his vision of ruling the world as a vow. Chao Ho lowered his eyes and looked at him for a long time, as if he wanted to dig open his skin and see what the heart inside looked like. To the east of the palace, thousands of sky lanterns rose into the sky like stars in a dark night. They merged into the sky and seemed to form a silver river between heaven and earth. It was a joyous scene, and it was easy to guess how happy the people under the lanterns were. Inside the palace, Chao Ho and Xiao Yuni were facing each other. No one spoke, as if a battle of life and death had begun silently. Chao Ho only shook his head slowly when the sky lanterns floated away and not a single star could be seen. The sky had turned completely cold and silent. He let out a long sigh in Xiao Yuni's silent tears and walked in front of Xiao Yuni kindly. He bent down and helped him up personally. "All right, I believe you. Good child, get up. If you continue to kneel like this, your legs will be crippled. How can I bear to see you like this?" Chapter 677. Mother. Xiao Yuni held on to Chao Ho's hands and stood up, his eyes brimming with tears. Just like when he was young, Empress Chao gently stroked the top of his head and sighed. Imperial Mother was angry before because of her deep love and deep hatred. When you were young, you struggled to survive in the Imperial harem. You were punished by Imperial concubine Qi time and time again. But there wasn't even anyone who stood up to plead for you. You just knelt outside Imperial concubine Qi's palace, your thin body as straight as a bamboo sheet. You were obviously very sad, but you forced yourself not to shed a single tear or beg. When I looked at you, I felt like I was looking at myself. Although we weren't mother and son, we were the same stubborn and independent. We were also lonely and never lowered our heads. At that time, I thought that if you were my son, I would never let you suffer like that. That was why I wanted to raise you by my side, protect you, and take care of you personally. But I didn't expect you to agree immediately after I asked. At that time, I was overjoyed, thinking that the mother and son I had been waiting for so many years had finally come. Although you weren't my biological son, I would definitely raise you as my own son and do my best to give you the best of everything. Hearing Chao Ho's heartfelt and emotional words, Xiao Yuni's face was full of tears and his eyes were red. Although I have a biological mother, that biological mother has never protected me or cherished me. She has always thought about how to protect herself. I almost died in the Imperial harem several times. Only Mother took pity on me and gave me a chance to live. I know that everything I have now was given to me by you. I will do anything for you and will not let you down. Chao Ho patted his shoulder emotionally, her eyes filled with tears as she sighed. Mother is satisfied with your sincerity. Quick, let Mother see if your injuries have healed. The situation that day was so chaotic, my son must have been seriously injured. Xiao Yuni's eyes sparkled, and he was extremely touched. Mother, don't look. I'm afraid the blood will scare you. Thank you for your concern, Imperial Mother. Your son is fine now. That's good. That's good. Only when my son is healthy can I, the Empress Mother, truly be at ease. Empress Chao patted her chest in lingering fear. The two of them supported each other, full of motherly love and filial piety. After a long while, her expression suddenly changed as she slowly said, "Earlier, You said that you were willing to sacrifice your life for Imperial Mother, even at the cost of your life. Xiao Yunyi's face stiffened and he quickly lowered his head, saying respectfully, I don't dare to lie in front of Mother. As long as I can make Mother happy, I can do anything. You are indeed Imperial Mother's good son. Imperial Mother did not misjudge you. Right now, Imperial Mother has a few things that are very distressing. Empress Chao smiled kindly and patted his hand. Mother, there's no harm in saying it. Your uncle recently died a tragic death, and Imperial Mother has been grieving for the past few days. She hasn't been able to eat or sleep at night. Whenever she thinks of him, she wants to cry. If I don't take revenge, it will be a knot in Imperial Mother's heart for the rest of her life. Xiao Yunyi's heart trembled and swayed as if he had a premonition. He said hesitantly, Imperial Mother wants me to. Empress Chao grabbed Xiao Yunyi's hand tightly, her gaze as vicious as a poisonous snake and filled with endless hatred. Yes, Imperial Mother wants you to kill them for me. That person surnamed Duan, those little beggars in Ningxu. I want them all to die without a complete corpse. Not a single one of them will be left alive. Hearing Ningxu's name, Xiao Yunyi's eyes widened and were filled with disbelief. He opened his mouth, wanted to say something, but was awakened by the sharp pain on his wrist. The sharp golden armor on Empress Chao's hand had pierced deeply into his flesh, so tight that it was bleeding. She gritted her teeth and said word by word, You're hesitating. Who are you feeling heartache for? Ningxu? You can't bear to part with her? My good son, don't forget the promise you made in front of Imperial Mother just now. Imperial Mother can let bygones be bygones, but the prerequisite is that you have to complete this matter for Imperial Mother and bring Xiao Yunsan's head back to see me. Imperial Mother can still give you this great empire with both hands. Do you want her or the empire that you've been longing for? Think carefully. As if the deepest desire in his heart had been blown away, Xiao Yunyi's Adam's apple bobbed, and even his fingertips were trembling. He wanted to scream. Why did she have to force him like this? Why did she have to choose between the two? Why? But when the words the empire hit his heart hard, he suddenly hesitated. That highest ideal sealed his mouth and stopped him from fighting back. It surrounded his heart and forced him to be the weakest puppet under his ambition. After a long struggle, he clenched his fists and bent his knees, as if he had been fished out of the water. He lowered his head and all the persistence in his heart towards the woman who represented the highest power in front of him. He said with a voice that tore his throat, Akin, listen to Imperial Mother's orders. Empress Chao reached out her hand and placed it on his head like she was petting a submissive beast. She laughed loudly. Ha ha, this is Imperial Mother's good son, my good son. Xiao Yunyi continued. Then what about Xiao Qing? Imperial Mother, why didn't you mention him? Empress Chao's expression changed. She retracted her hand and looked at it carefully. A mysterious smile appeared on her face. There's no hurry for him. Imperial Mother wants to take care of him personally. That's the most important gift I've prepared for your Imperial Father. Chapter 678. Xiao Yunyi stumbled open the door with the smell of alcohol all over him, almost falling to the ground. Your Highness! Fei Wan immediately went up to help him up. Seeing that half of his body was soaked and dripping with alcohol, her heart clenched and she hurriedly helped him to the bed, saying worriedly, Your Highness, what's wrong? Your Highness? Xiao Yunyi frowned, pushing her away with a menacing aura. He even swept a large pile of things around him to the ground. Scram, stay away from me. If you don't scram, I'll kill you. Fei Wan shrank to the side in shock, slightly frightened. She had seen many sides of Xiao Yunyi. She had seen his indifference, his shrewdness, his humiliation, his bloodthirstiness and ruthlessness when he killed without blinking. She had also seen countless sleepless nights, sitting under the porch with a hairpin and drinking alone. She had seen many things, but she had never seen him like this. He seemed to have been stuffed into darkness, so violent and dark that it was terrifying, but at the same time, his eyes seemed to be covered with a layer of ice that would shatter at any time, making people's hearts ache. Fei Luan crawled over carefully, saying with heartache, Your Highness, Your Highness, don't be like this. What happened? Did the Empress make things difficult for you? Can you talk to me? Don't hurt yourself. Your Highness. Xiao Yunyi opened his drunken eyes, staring at the familiar face in front of him. Her eyes were so similar, and her expression was so familiar that it made him worry about her in the middle of the night. He could not help but reach out to caress her face. He asked drunkenly, "Shu, are you my Shu?" Fei Luan trembled, then looked down and said slowly, "Yes, I'm your Shu." Xiao Yunyi's pupils constricted, pulling her under him. His black hair spread out on the bed, and he stared at her in pain, his voice full of guilt and struggle. "Shu, I'm sorry. I still failed to live up to the promise we made when we were children. Fei Luan rubbed her neck and realized that the man in front of her actually had a day where he would cry. He bent his head to her in an imploring gesture, beseeching her forgiveness, or, rather, through her shadow, the forgiveness of another. "Shu," he said, "will you hate me? Please don't hate me. I beg you. I beg you." Tears also fell from the corner of Fei Luan's eyes. They slid across the side of her face and fell into her thick hair. In just a flash, they disappeared. She took a deep breath and stretched out her arms to hug the man's back. She imitated Ning Shu's voice and told him what he wanted to hear like a marionette. "No, Shu, I will never blame you. Shu, I will always be on your side, understand you, and help you. As long as I can make you happy, even if I have to die, I'm willing." Xiao Yunyi pressed his forehead against hers in surprise. "Really?" Fei Luan smiled, her eyes full of tears. She stretched out her numb fingers and slid them gently across the side of his face, nodding solemnly. "Yes, forever and ever. Shu, my Shu." Xiao Yunyi's chest heaved up and down as he murmured. He pulled Fei Luan into his arms with all his strength, so tight that it seemed like they could not be separated anymore. Then his throat moved quickly, a fire igniting his breathing. With red eyes, he opened his mouth and sucked away her tears. He put down the curtain and slowly peeled away the beautiful dream he had yearned for so many years. However, he never realized how much pain and tears were hidden in her tightly shut eyes. Chapter 679. See, Ning Shu's finger was pierced by the bamboo strip, and a drop of blood flowed out. She unconsciously pulled her finger back. The carriage slowly moved through the night, where the lights were not extinguished. Xiao Qing heard the movement and leaned over with a frown. "What's wrong?" His brows were knitted together, and his voice was very anxious. People who didn't know would think that she was seriously injured. Ning Shu pursed her lips and said with a smile, "I was just pierced by the bamboo strip on the lamp. It's nothing." But he still thought that she wasn't careful enough and actually said that she was injured. He warned in her ear, "You have to be careful." Then he opened his palm and said, "Give me your hand." Ning Shu was puzzled as she placed her hand in his palm. "What are you doing? Which finger did you hurt?" "My index finger. It's a needle-sized wound. It's not bleeding anymore, so you don't need to wrap." Before she could finish saying the last word, in her shocked eyes, he actually lowered his neck and opened his soft lips to take her finger into his mouth. Then he gently sucked and used his saliva to clean her wound. Ning Shu's entire body trembled as hot blood rushed to her head, burning her cheeks red. Her entire body was numb, and she didn't know what to do. She only felt that the place her fingertips touched was unbelievably soft, unbelievably hot, and unbelievably gentle. And the person in front of her was the most unbelievably bad. Ning Shu didn't even know when he let go. When she reacted, she saw him calmly leaning back against his cushion. His lips were slightly hooked as he gave her a gentle smile. His voice was like a fishing line being thrown by a fisherman, captivating her soul. Ning Shu quickly pulled back her finger and tightly clenched it into her palm. She turned her head away, not daring to look at him. It wasn't until a long time later that the heat on their faces finally subsided and their heartbeats returned to normal that she coughed lightly to break the awkwardness of being seduced by him. Empress Chao's next step should be to make a move against us. Returning to the main topic, Xiao Qing also restrained the teasing expression on his face. He habitually twisted the white bone in his palm and said, "Well, in the past few days, several ministers in the imperial court have died because of sudden heart attacks or were attacked by lunatics on their way to court. In short, they died for all kinds of reasons. Their deaths were tragic, and none of them had a good ending. These officials were the ones who conspired with Xiao Yunsan to barge into the palace and rescue the emperor. The court is currently in chaos." Ever since that day, Ningxu had advised her father to withdraw from court under the pretext of illness. Only then did she know that such a huge commotion had occurred in the past few days. Xiao Ho was going to settle the score. Her face tightened as she asked, "How did His Majesty react?" Xiao Qing pursed his lips and said, "Naturally, there was no reaction. He only ordered the Ministry of Rights to allocate money and life for the future generations. A minister suggested that they were afraid of being deliberately retaliated against and pointed the spearhead at Empress Chao. His Majesty refuted him and demoted him by 3 ranks." Ningxu lowered her head and sighed. His Majesty is completely under her control. Even if he knows everything, what's the use? Unless His Majesty can completely disregard life and death and fight to the death with her. But that's easier said than done. Her heart stirred. Did that Xiao Yunsan not make any moves? That doesn't make sense. The situation was very good for him at the time. Why didn't he pursue the victory? 25 years ago, didn't Jin Sheng use a similar method to overthrow Empress Zhou and push the previous emperor onto the throne? Afterwards, he put on the dragon robes and ruled the world. Someone as ambitious as Xiao Yunsan shouldn't be willing to give up such a great opportunity. Xiao Qing's lips twitched. He reminded, "Don't forget about Consort Qi." Ningxu came to a realization. Only now did she realize that she was afraid of Chao Ho's scheming. If there was a weak spot on the 4th prince's body, it would be his mother. He could ignore his imperial father's life and death, and even step on his father's corpse to ascend to that resplendent throne, but he could never watch his mother die in vain. Chao Ho, who was standing in the shadows behind them, had seen all of this. However, she was neither hurried nor slow, neither panicked nor in a hurry. She smiled as she laid down all of her traps in the darkness. She was just waiting for the gong to sound and catch all of her prey in one fell swoop. This woman was frightening, simply frightening to the extreme. Chapter 680. Ningxu suddenly felt a chill in her heart and said in shock, "Her thorns have been taken care of one by one. Next will definitely be us. Not good. Zimo and Qin are definitely in danger. There is also Sir Duan. He rushed to Nanjiang alone without help. He also has the secret of the kiss of the plum blossom. Chao Ho will definitely not let him go." Xiao Qing also thought of this and immediately ordered Shi Yin to bring people to secretly protect the children. He also sent people to Nanjiang to support Sir Duan and ensure his safety. Shi Yin finally got the chance to be with Zigui for a while, but he was forced to separate again. He sighed, but in the end, the mission was more important. It was a matter of life and death. He could not be careless. In the end, he reluctantly touched Zigui's small hand. Under her angry eyes, he smiled and went to work. There were still 2 streets ahead of them to the Duke Fu. Jiusi deliberately slowed down the speed of the carriage and told the obedient horse to trot a little slower. Feeling Ningxu's worried mood, Xiao Qing pressed her stiff arm and slowly comforted her. "Don't worry. We are not completely passive. Heaven's Inquisition just sent back news. The informants in the palace found out that the people who witnessed the chaos 25 years ago might not have all died. Being held down by that slightly cool hand, even the turbulence in her heart was suppressed. It was as if a small boat in the middle of a stormy sea had finally found a huge pillar to rely on. With him here, she no longer needed to be afraid." Ningxu said, "You mean there are witnesses who survived? Do you still remember the late crown prince, Xiao Minglu, who died tragically under the sword of Empress Zhou? He was raised by a wet nurse when he was alive, and that wet nurse had a good relationship with Empress Zhou. That year, too many people died in the fire in the palace. During the liquidation, the name of the wet nurse was on the list. Everyone thought she was dead. In reality, she was not. She changed her appearance and continued to hide in the palace for many years. Because she was too old, she was released from the palace not long ago, according to the usual practice. If it weren't for the carelessness of her handwriting when she left the palace, I'm afraid no one in the world would be able to catch her. I've already sent people to bring her back to the palace. I believe that we'll be able to learn more about the secrets of that year very soon. When Ning Shu heard this, she couldn't help but click her tongue. A wet nurse was able to hide under Empress Chao's nose for so many years without making a sound. It seems that the arrangements little Empress Zhou made before her death are far beyond our imagination. That really is a terrifying and respectable woman who makes people fear her. However, there was still one thing I didn't understand. What kind of role did Xiao Mingxue and her brother play in Xiao Ho's scheme? Why did they have to silence Princess Hel Yui? Could it be that they were unhappy with His Majesty's careless decision to grant Xiao Yuni and Hel Yui a marriage? That shouldn't be. Now that her mother's crisis had been resolved and she had returned home safely, Zhao Mingzhen's Qinyuan murder case had been exposed in broad daylight. The only loser in the turmoil that had lasted for more than half a month was the eldest princess, Xiao Mingxue. It was said that after losing her only bloodline for more than 20 days, the once noble and unparalleled eldest princess protector's hair had turned white and she looked like an old woman. It really made people sigh. And now His Majesty could not even protect himself. That case seemed to have gone cold after the person died, and no one cared about it anymore. Xiao Qing's expression was distant and calm. His knuckles tapped lightly on the chopping board in front of him as he said slowly, "Have you ever thought that maybe Hel Yui's death had nothing to do with Xiao Ho, but was another long-lasting revenge?" Looking at his meaningful expression, Ning Shu suddenly had an epiphany and connected with him in a short moment. "You mean, this was also Empress Zhou's arrangement before she died?" Chapter 681. In response to Ning Shu's astonishment, Xiao Qing did not make any assertions. Instead, he slowly said, "I'm afraid we'll have to wait until we see that wet nurse before we can get a glimpse of it. At present, Empress Zhou's wisdom and foresight are far beyond our imagination." Ning Shu nodded and could not help but sigh. This woman who bore the burden of infamy had created countless legends when she was still alive. She had once brought unprecedented excitement to the depressed and decadent atmosphere of the Great Yu Dynasty, and let countless subjects of the Great Yu Dynasty see hope again. Even if she met her death in a sorry state and her legend came to an end, the hidden chess pieces she left behind during her life still led every turbulent twists and turns many years later. As the two whispered, the door of the Duke Fu came into view. It would be a lie to say that there was no attachment, especially since they had just spent the night together. It was just that the night was really late, and it would be unreasonable to delay any longer. Ning Shu pulled up the corner of her skirt and got down from the carriage. She stood outside the window and looked at him. She whispered a good night and urged him to return early. He nodded slightly and used his white hand to lift the bamboo curtain. He followed her voice and smiled gently at her. Her cheeks couldn't help but blush as she urged him to quickly return home. He was already poisoned, so how could he tire himself out? But he smiled and nodded again, still not moving. Ning Shu could not help but laugh. She only felt that the two were too strange at this moment. It was so strange that she only wanted to ask each other, "Tell me, why is the moonlight so beautiful tonight?" She was still immersed in the breathtaking moonlight when she suddenly heard the sound of the Duke Fu's door opening. Hearing the news that Ning Shu had returned, Ning Din brought the servants to personally welcome her. However, he did not specifically welcome Xiao Qing. "Sure, you're back. Where's Jier? Didn't you say you'd bring him to the Lantern Festival, play for a while, and then send him back? Why did you wait until now?" Ning Shu's mind buzzed. A burst of coldness rushed from the soles of her feet to her meridians. She stepped forward and anxiously said, "Forsythia did not bring Jier back? More than an hour ago, I ordered Forsythia to take Jier back to the Fu first. Why are they not back yet? It shouldn't be like this." Even if Jier had fallen asleep on the way back to the residence from the East Market, the carriage had slowed down in fear of waking him up. However, they should have been back in an hour at most. How could they have waited until now? An ominous premonition suddenly gripped her heart, causing her to instinctively tremble. Chow ho, chow ho. Feeling Ning Shu's panic, Xiao Qing quickly walked to her side and said, Xiao Shu, don't think too much. With Hui Mo escorting them all the way back to the mansion, nothing will happen. Even if they really meet, Hui Mo will use his body to protect Ji Er. Don't worry too much. Maybe we're just overthinking things. Tonight's Lantern Festival is packed with people and carriages. It's very likely that they were delayed on the road, so they came back a little slower. Don't worry, I will definitely find him. Jussi, heed my command. Immediately gather all the people in the prince's mansion. No slacking off. You must bring the young master of the Ning family back safe and sound. Otherwise, I will punish you severely. The entire duke's mansion was brightly lit. Hundreds of servants set out together with the personal guards of the prince of Nanping's mansion. They searched along the roads that the duke's mansion had to pass through to reach the East Market. However, after searching for nearly 2 hours, there was still no news. Princess Xian was very anxious. Her body was already weak, and she had just gone through the previous case, which hurt her foundation. When she heard the news of Ji Er's disappearance, her old illness relapsed. Ning Dian hurriedly urged his horse to go to the imperial hospital to invite an imperial physician. Mother, don't be afraid. Ji Er will be fine. I promise you that he will be fine. Ning Shu hugged her mother and kept comforting her by her ear. At the same time, she was trying to convince herself that nothing would happen. Her most beloved younger brother was only 5.5 years old and was as soft as a kitten. Nothing would happen to him. Absolutely nothing would happen to him. She tried her best to stay calm and not let fear cloud her mind. At the same time, she tried her best to recall the topographic map of the capital in her mind. She tried to figure out where they were most likely to be at the moment from all the twists and turns. Here! It must be here! When a dot of light hit her brain, she immediately stood up and said, on the way back to the mansion along Winsong Street, there is a small path that is connected to Tianshui Alley. That alley is very complicated and is very suitable for hiding. If someone set it up, if they encounter an accident, it is very likely that they will choose to go from Winsong Street to Tianshui Alley to hide. However, at the same time, there is very little human habitation. There are only a few people living in the alley. When it is late at night, it is very difficult to see scattered lights. Ning Shu couldn't say what she wanted to say next. Scattered lights couldn't be seen meant that if the enemy set an ambush in advance, no one would be able to find it. Chapter 682. Ning Shu braved the stifling wind of the summer night and urged her horse to gallop down Winsong Street. Xiao Qing and the others followed closely behind. Rationally, he knew that he should comfort Ning Shu right now and have her calm down. He could not act on his emotions to prevent accidents. But he also knew that he could not persuade her at this moment. What he could do was to protect her and never leave her side. A series of horse hooves clattered on the dead silent street, making a clattering sound. It was like knocking on people's hearts, making their hearts tighten and their hands and feet cold. When they finally arrived at Tianshui Alley, the clattering of horse hooves finally stopped. Found it. There are traces of a fight here. Ning Shu was sweating profusely and stepped down from the horse. She did not even have time to throw down the horsewhip and trotted into the alley in the flickering light. Ji Er, did you hear my voice? It's my sister. I'm here, Ji Er. She shouted in the dark. Even her voice was hoarse, but she did not get any response. What she found was a broken carriage parked in the alley. The axle was broken, and it was covered with knife marks and blood. She trembled uncontrollably. She opened her eyes wide and ran in the depths of the alley, crazily looking for proof that they were safe and sound. But there was nothing. She found nothing. What she found was only broken feathers deeply embedded in the wall. The broken wall was cut by the blade and fell to the ground. She also found the smell of blood everywhere. In the end, she finally saw the figure she had been desperately searching for in the light of the crowd. However, they were stiff, lying on the ground in disarray. There was not a single sound. The sticky liquid that flowed out of their bodies attracted a swarm of summer night mosquitoes to surround them and feed on them, making ear-piercing buzzing sounds. A sharp voice pierced through the top of her head, and there was a buzz inside. Ning Shu's face was completely drained of blood, and she walked over in a daze as if she was sleepwalking. In the pool of blood, she identified the familiar and unfamiliar faces one by one with difficulty. Bai Xiao, Nanny Zhang, Uncle Li, Hongxi. Was so strange. The summer night was so hot and humid, but they were so cold that she could not feel any temperature. Ning Shu stretched out her twitching hands and closed their eyes one by one. Why was it like this? Clearly, a few hours ago, they were still laughing and chatting happily as they strolled through the East City Lantern Appreciation Festival. Clearly, not long ago, they were still smiling and joking with her. Jeeber, that greedy little brat, had a round little belly, her mouth stained with sugar juice, and was still looking longingly at the candied plums in the shop next door. Why was this? Why? In her dizzy vision, she suddenly heard someone calling her name. This is Huimo. Huimo. Xiao Qing's face turned cold. Ning Shu immediately got up and ran over. She almost tripped on the hem of her dress when she ran. Fortunately, Xiao Qing caught her. She tore off the hem of her dress without thinking and ran to Huimo. The little monkey, who was always clean, pure, and good-tempered, smiling at everyone, was now covered in rotten flesh. The merciless swords had left countless bloody holes all over his body, and each hole seemed to contain a spring, dyeing the blue clothes he always wore into a dazzling dark purple. This was a child he brought up. In the past 10 years, he had absorbed the strength of living from this child countless times. But now, this child was dead? When he smelled the smell of blood, Xiao Qing's body shook and the blood on his lips faded. But when the tip of his ears moved slightly, he suddenly said, "Don't cry. He is still alive. Jusi, protect his heart." Jiusi and the others didn't even think about it. They immediately obeyed the order and lifted Hui Mo's weak body. They forcibly transferred all their internal strength into his heart meridian until Hui Mo, who was originally like a corpse, suddenly rolled his throat and spat out a large mouthful of blood. His eyes finally opened slightly. After recognizing the anxious faces in front of him, he first smiled and then pursed his lips and said, "I'm sorry, miss. Ning, I didn't protect the second young master. I'm useless. I'm sorry." Ning Shu's eyes were full of tears. She half knelt in front of him and held him steadily. "What nonsense are you talking about? You silly child, don't talk anymore. It's not your fault, so don't apologize to me. Otherwise, I will be ashamed. Huimo, please hold on. You must hold on." Huimo squeezed out a crying smile and fainted. Chapter 683. They searched every corner of Tianshui Alley and found 17 corpses. Every one of them was someone that Ning Shu saw every day. Fortunately, they didn't find Forsythia and Jir. Xiao Qing personally carried Hui Mo into the carriage and placed him on his knees. He ordered Jusi to drive the carriage back to the Wang Fu as fast as possible for treatment. There were 37 wounds, each one of them to the bone. Hui Mo was pierced into a sieve full of holes. Countless bones and tendons were broken. It was obvious that he fought to his last breath and still defended his duty. The most fatal wound on his body pierced his heart and went all the way to the back. If it was someone else, they would have died. Fortunately, he had practiced the bone-shrinking skill since he was a child. When he was hit by this fatal blow, he instinctively moved his heart and left him with a chance to live. But with such a serious injury, even if he was lucky enough to survive, he would not be able to use his skills as freely as before. He would become half a useless person. Ning Shu reached out her soft palm and gently placed it on the back of Xiao Qing's hand. Neither of them spoke. The lights of the Qixi festival completely dimmed. The entire capital returned to silence and darkness. There was no light in the distant sky. It seemed that it would never be dawn. The most skilled doctor in Nanping Wang Fu was Hui Mo himself. In order to cure the poison of the plum blossom kiss, Mr. Duan went to Nanjiang. No doctor in the capital could cure him. The Imperial Hospital heard that the doctor from Nanping Wang Fu had come and closed the door. In the end, it was the 13th princess who heard the news. She broke the palace door in the middle of the night. She held a sword against the neck of the doctor and took him to the Wang Fu. When he saw Hui Mo's injuries, Xiao Zhangping's eyes instantly turned red. He turned his head and did not dare to look. But he still insisted on staying by the side and waiting for the results. "He'll be fine, don't worry." Ning Shu held Xiao Qing's slightly cold hand, forced a smile, and said in the most relaxed tone, "He's a very lucky child. 10 years ago, when he was on the verge of death, he happened to meet you and was saved by you. This time he'll definitely be saved." Xiao Qing took a deep breath and intertwined his fingers with hers, exchanging the power of each other's existence. It was as if, with this person beside him, no matter how difficult the situation was, he could endure it. He whispered, "Hui Mo has been practicing the bone shrinking skill since he was a child. His bones and tendons have been broken and regenerated countless times. This time, he will definitely be able to survive. However, Ji Er's whereabouts are still unknown." Ning Shu tugged at the corner of her mouth and said, "His whereabouts are unknown. Doesn't that mean he's safe and sound? Otherwise, Chao wouldn't have made such an unnecessary move." "Don't worry. I won't do anything stupid. I'm not that emotional. Being impulsive will only make the situation worse." Xiao Qing turned his face, as if he was using his soul to stare at her deeply. They held each other's hands even tighter. This night, they were both losers. The imperial physician was indeed a national expert. After a night of treatment, he finally saved Hui Mo's life. 13th Princess personally took the warm water and handkerchief from the maidservant and squatted beside Hui Mo. She carefully wiped the dried blood on his face. Her hands and feet were so gentle, as if she was afraid to wake him up from his dream. Her lips were trembling, but she tried to maintain her usual arrogance in front of him, as if that was the only way to prove that this was a small matter and that everything was fine. "Don't think too much. This princess is beautiful and kind. Seeing that we barely know each other, I can't bear to see you die. That's why I'm so kind to find someone to save you. Do you understand? Staying to take care of you is also convenient. Last night, I impulsively left the palace and broke the palace rules. When I go back, I will be punished. Anyway, I have no place to go. I can only reluctantly stay here for a few more days. Humph, no one dares to drive me away. Last night, there was a lamp outside my palace wall. It was you who hung it there. You're not smart, but you're quite capable and brave. How dare you trespass into the palace? Be careful that one day your head will fall off and no one will feel sorry for you. Hurry up and get better. You promised me that you would save up enough money to treat me to the best food in the world. Although this princess doesn't like it, a man can't go back on his word. You can't go back on your words." Chapter 684. Older sister, I am Ji Er. Can you see me? My body is in so much pain. The water in this water prison is so cold, and I cannot find a place to climb up. There is an endless stream of water coming in. I'm going to fall down. Older sister, come and save me. Older sister, I am falling down. So much water is flowing over my head, blocking my nose and mouth, filling up my throat and body. So uncomfortable, so uncomfortable. I am unable to breathe. I feel that my skin is being soaked and my soul is leaving my body. I am swelling, swelling, swelling. I'm going to burst. Older sister, I am not in pain anymore because I am dead. Why did you not come and save me? Why did you not come and save me? Why did you not come and save me? Ningxu abruptly woke up from this terrifying dream. Her back was completely soaked in cold sweat, and even her teeth were chattering. She forcefully pinched her palms until her flesh turned red. Only then did she force herself out of that heart-wrenching nightmare. How long had it been? How long had it been since she last dreamed of that life? She had not dreamed of that water prison. She had not dreamt of Ji Er's swollen body soaked in the water. She had not dreamt of those eyes that refused to close even in death. They had been soaked in the water until they had turned gray, but they had stubbornly looked at her, as if questioning why she had not protected him well. Pain, 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 pain. It was so painful that she was about to split apart. She had clearly made a vow with her soul in this life that if she had the chance to start over, she would definitely escape from that life's prison and not let her loved ones suffer any more harm. But she still went back on her words. Her little G was only 5.5 years old. He was obviously a little older, but he had already learned to worry for her, saying that his older sister was the best in the world and no one wanted to marry her. When he grew up, he would marry her. But now, her little G was lost. Ningshu closed her eyes and took a deep breath before opening the bamboo curtain, stopped the carriage, and take off the horse harness. The servant who replied was Fu Ling, Bai Xiao's good sister. Since she saw Bai Xiao's corpse, her tears stopped and her eyes turned red. She used her sleeve to press on her red eyes and asked, "Young miss, where are we going? Aren't you going back?" Ningshu turned her head and looked at the highest point of this ancient and majestic city. There was a dazzling golden light. "No, I want to enter the palace." Zigui, who had rushed back to Ningshu's side as soon as he heard the news, widened his eyes in worry when he sensed her intentions. He grabbed her sleeve and shook it hard. He anxiously gestured with his hands and tried his best to stop her. "No, young miss, did you forget what you said to Shitsi? He absolutely won't let his emotions get the better of him." Taking the initiative to enter the palace to see Empress Chao now is tantamount to walking right into a trap. Not only will you not be able to save the young master, but you will also lose your life. Ningshu had already made up her mind. She held Zigui's hands and said, "I know I promised him, but this time I have to go back on my words." Since Xiaoho had gone through so much trouble to take Jiber away, he definitely wouldn't let the matter rest so easily. I had no choice but to face her. "Zigure, please forgive me. Don't worry. Since I've decided to meet her, I'll definitely think of a way to escape. Your family's young miss is a nine-tailed fox that has been stamped by the Jianghu's all-knowing scholar. I have 9 lives and will not die. Following me for so many years, it was always you who took care of me. Even for me, even yourself. Zigure, thank you." She smiled and held Zigui's hands to gently hug her. She then resolutely took off the horse harness and mounted the horse. Smiling at Zigui, she said, "Now that Bai Xiao is gone, I must bring Jiber and Forsythia back safe and sound." Jia. Chapter 685. This was the 4th time that Ningshu had knelt on the cold and hard tiles of the Phoenix Algae Palace. She straightened her back and lowered her head. This subject's daughter, Ningshu, greets the Empress. On the Phoenix seat, Empress Chao was slowly washing her hands under the care of a palace servant. Her makeup was not messy at all. From beginning to end, her eyelids didn't even lift, as if there was only air in front of her. In this deathly silence, Ningshu's palms were tightly pressed against the cold tiles under her knees. She lowered her head again. This subject's daughter, Ningshu, greets the Empress. Empress Chao gave a light snort and still ignored her, as if she was dead. Time passed inch by inch. Panic was like a claw that reached out from the ground and grabbed a person's heart when they weren't paying attention. Then it was played with in the palm of its hand. It looked coldly at how much blood was hidden in your heart, how much longing you had, and how long you could endure. Ningshu silently curled her 10 fingers and locked them in the narrow and cramped cracks of the tiles until her fingertips turned white. She finally did as Empress Chao wished and completely bent her unyielding waist. This subject's daughter, Ningshu, cannot be forgiven. I have specially come to beg the Empress for forgiveness. I beg the Empress to be merciful and give me a way out. In the end, the rare word beg came from her mouth. Empress Chao's eyebrows moved. She waved her hand and ordered a palace servant to bring a soft pillow for her to lean against. Only then was she willing to give her a pitying look. She smiled coldly and said, "What did you say?" "Ben Gong is old and can't hear clearly." "Say it again." Under Ningshu's long eyelashes, she hid all of her emotions and put down all of her pride. This subject's daughter, Ningshu, is extremely daring. She disobeyed Nyang Nyang and committed an irreparable mistake. This subject's daughter will not object to her punishment. However, my younger brother, Ningji, is only 5 years old and doesn't know anything. He is innocent. I beg the Empress to be merciful and let him go. This subject kowtows and thanks for your highness' mercy. Chao Ho raised his eyelids and sneered. He looked at her with an expressionless face. His deep eyes were filled with hatred that couldn't be dissolved. She waved her sleeves and tossed the golden basin in Kai Bin's hands in front of Ning Shu. She then tossed the basin full of water in front of Ning Shu. Show mercy? This consort once gave you a chance. But how did you repay this consort? With your disobedience or your betrayal? Ning Shu closed her eyes and allowed the water to splash all over her face. Streams of water flowed down her cheeks and slid down her neck and collar. Half of her body was wet. She didn't move at all, willing to bear Chao Ho's wrath, because she knew that if she couldn't satisfy Chao Ho today, would have no way out. Chao Ho walked down the jade steps and came in front of Ning Shu. He grabbed her neck forcefully and bent down to look at her surrender. Heh, now that your loved ones are in danger, you know how to feel heartache. You know how to be anxious. You know how to be anxious. You know how to feel like your heart is being cut by a knife? Then what about this consort's older brother? This consort's only older brother died by your hands. You think that what you did was beneficial to the country and the people, right? When my older brother's head fell, you must have been so happy that you wanted to clap your hands and cheer. But you are such an idiot. How could you know the unspeakable truth? You worked together to wash away the injustice of that stubborn rock, Zhao Mingjin. But you pushed my older brother into a boundless prison. Her neck was tightly gripped by that hand. Even breathing was a luxury. Ning Shu's eyes flashed. She raised her head and squeezed out each word from her throat with difficulty. This subject's daughter was ignorant and impetuous. Empress, please enlighten me. Chapter 686. Chao Ho abruptly raised his head and drew a long breath from his throat. His sharp eyes were covered with a layer of blood mist. Finally, just as Ning Shu was about to take her last breath, he released his hand out of pity. Finally breaking free of the 5 fingers, Ning Shu's vision turned black. She opened her mouth to cover her swollen neck and gasped for breath. It was as if she had just escaped from the gates of hell. Her heart swelled with pain, and her entire body was numb. She could only rely on her trembling hand to prevent herself from collapsing to the ground. Admiring her miserable appearance, Chao Ho revealed a disdainful look. He seemed to be a bit annoyed as he turned his back and walked to the large window inlaid with extravagant glass. The light above her head was cut into countless small pieces through the window lattice and soaked into her bright yellow phoenix robe. It appeared particularly cold and ethereal, as if it was a dream. She was clearly mocking, but it also seemed like she was crying. You guessed correctly. Before the casting of the 100,000 taels of fake silver was approved by my elder brother, so this matter is not false. But how could you idiots who claim to be fair and righteous know that the 100,000 taels of fake silver was not embezzled by my Chao family? Rather, it never existed in the first place. The buzzing in her ears was broken by her stern voice. Ning Shu held her neck and slowly came back to her senses. She couldn't help but frown in astonishment. What do you mean? Chao Ho reached out his hand and gently stroked the exquisite and prison-like window lattice. He used the softest gesture to caress her laughable and sad life. Since the founding of this dynasty, it has been 300 years. It is like a field of flowers in a fertile garden, gradually blooming into a field of flowers. The common people live and work in peace and contentment. The court is full of vitality and everything is new. Whether it is the people's livelihood or the military, they have all reached their peak. But as the saying goes, people do not have 1,000 good days. Flowers do not bloom for 100 days. When the peak of prosperity reaches its peak, it is the beginning of decline. Since Emperor Gaozu ascended the throne 100 years ago, because of his honest temperament and tolerance, the wolves outside the Great Wall, who originally submitted to our dynasty, began to stir. Later on, our dynasty experienced the chaos of the 8 princes and the Zhou family's calamity. Although our dynasty's appearance is still extravagant and resplendent, in fact, its vitality has been greatly damaged. In recent years, the southern Yin and Quan Rong have continuously invaded. In addition to the continuous natural disasters, it has been one disaster after another. Due to the years of war, the treasury was emptied. The previous year, when the flood in Hanjiang, it was once again depleted. Under these circumstances, we welcomed His Majesty's 40th birthday. The essence of a country lies in the ruler who rules over the people. Especially for a country as large as our great Yu dynasty, on the day of His Majesty's birthday, how many pairs of eyes of tigers and wolves from other countries will be fixed on this banquet? If we can't even pass this once-in-a-decade banquet in a shabby manner, then in the eyes of those barbarians, how weak and easy to bully would our great Yu be? Therefore, whether it is for the sake of His Majesty's face or the safety of our great Yu, whether it is my elder brother who was Prime Minister Ji at that time, or myself, or the other courtiers, no one will allow it to become a joke. But our His Majesty is obstinate and self-opinionated. He is full of ambition, scheming against the world. From Empress Zhou, from the hands of the deceased crown prince, he personally snatched the supreme throne. With such pride, how could he be willing to admit that he is just another mediocre ruler like the previous emperor? Although this country did not decline in his hands, it also did not prosper in the slightest. The courtiers are all too aware of his insufferably arrogant nature. No one dared to touch his reverse scale. At this time, only my elder brother stood up and shouldered all of this. Chapter 687. You only see the luxurious and extravagant side of life, and think that the imperial family is all scum who indulge themselves in luxury and splendor. How could you have thought that my elder brother has also bathed himself in blood countless times for the sake of the country and the people? Empress Chao turned around and glared at Ning Shu like a raging inferno. Yes, this empress admits that in the matter of Zhao Mingjin, our actions were indeed inappropriate, even somewhat despicable. However, that was only because we were forced into a corner. Once the matter of the silver forgery was made public and the entire 9 provinces knew about it, my elder brother would be punished. Most importantly, everything that we had painstakingly arranged would be completely wasted. From then on, Great Yu would become the laughingstock of all nations and would never be able to raise its head again. Ning Shu, do you know that this world is not black and white? Ask yourself honestly. You have protected the justice in your heart, but is my elder brother truly wicked beyond redemption? Should he bear the disdain of the entire world and die a violent death? Then what about all the things he had done and all the blood he had shed? Her voice seemed to have the sharpness to cut through flesh, as if it weighed 1,000 jin. It was like an axe that chopped down on Ning Shu's bent back. An enormous mountain came crashing down. Ning Shu could see with the naked eye that she was slightly swaying. That mountain was too heavy and too frightening, as if it wanted to crush her entire body into the earth, making it impossible for her to climb back up. After a brief moment of absent-mindedness, under Empress Chao's oppressive and scrutinizing gaze, Ning Shu slowly straightened her bent back. She raised her head and spoke with a voice as clear as water. Reporting to the Empress, in Ning Shu's eyes, the world is not black and white. Indeed, the words and actions of the imperial brother-in-law are truly admirable. In the past, it would not be an exaggeration to call him a great hero. The matter of the silver forgery is pardonable. But is this the reason for all of your evil deeds? In the Empress's eyes, the imperial brother-in-law has made great contributions to the country and the people, but in the eyes of the Zhao family and the people of Hanjiang Prefecture, Lord Zhao has also made great contributions. Could it be that while the imperial brother-in-law's righteousness is righteousness, Lord Zhao's righteousness is not? There is no reason for this. Empress Chao snapped. What do you know? Balancing the two evils was the lesser of the two. Under the circumstances at that time, the death of Zhao Mingjin could cover up all the troubles, so why not do it? What's more, Zhao Mingjin wasn't killed by us alone. Back then, because he was stubborn and didn't know how many of his colleagues in the court were offended. It was my brother who cherished talent and couldn't bear to see him isolated, so he remonstrated with His Majesty to let him go out and become an official. Do you know why there was a drought in the Hanjiang prefecture? He sent dozens of memorials, but none of them were sent to His Majesty. It was all because he had offended too many people. If it weren't for my elder brother's repeated words of protection, he would have been killed countless times already. Afterwards, when the silver case came out, my brother personally went to the Hanjiang prefecture to discuss with him. He wanted to come up with a solution to cover up this matter together. But he didn't care about the kindness of those years. Instead, he wanted to announce this matter to the world, forcing my brother to apologize. In the end, his stubbornness were the real accomplices to his death. Empress Chao's words were sharp and eloquent, as if she had all the reasons in the world. However, Ning Shu bluntly retorted, "Your Highness, this subject can understand your grief as a relative, but this cannot be the reason for you to invert black and white." At first, it was possible that the imperial brother-in-law had no choice but to do so. But what happened later? When His Majesty ordered the 200,000 taels of silver to aid the Hanjiang prefecture, wasn't the best solution to immediately report the situation to His Majesty and then discuss how to get through this crisis together? But the imperial brother-in-law didn't do that, and neither did Your Highness. Could it be that the imperial brother-in-law didn't have his own selfish motives? Could it be that compared to the hundreds of thousands of people in the Hanjiang prefecture who were on the verge of death, the Chao family cherished their own feathers more? Ning Shu didn't mean to offend you, but there is something that must be said. Perhaps from the very beginning, the countermeasure that you had discussed was to use the blood of others to smooth out your own disaster. Ning Shu's voice was not loud, but her words were firm and forceful. She did not leave any face for Chao Ho at all. It was like a muffled but painful slap to the bone. It made Chao Ho's face turn ashen, and he lost all face. How dare you?" Chao Ho's plump and dignified face was visibly impulsive. Her eyes glared angrily as she quickly stepped forward and raised her hand to slap Ning Shu. Chapter 688. Pa! She forcefully threw a slap at Ning Shu. The golden armor studded with jewels mercilessly left several glaring red marks on her face. Chao Ho's voice was like a fingernail scratching glass as it echoed in this large and cold palace. "Ning Shu, do you think that Ben Gong doesn't dare to kill you? Now that things have come to this, whether it is the imperial court or the harem, everything is in Ben Gong's hands. What does Ben Gong have to worry about? Even if that Xiahou Qing is willing to pull the entire Cloud Swallow province to rebel for you, Ben Gong has nothing to fear. Moreover, he himself is like a clay Buddha crossing a river, unable to even protect himself. Don't forget why you came to kneel and beg Ben Gong today." Ning Shu's head turned to the side from this slap. Her ears buzzed, and a cut appeared at the corner of her mouth, dripping with blood. Facing such a thunderous rage, Ning Shu's expression remained calm, without a trace of emotion. She reached out and slowly wiped away the blood, then turned to Chao Ho and said, "For Nyang Yang to be so angry, doesn't this prove that this subject's daughter has guessed correctly what you were thinking? This subject's daughter is kneeling and begging for the safety of my younger brother. If Empress wants to kill Ning Shu to vent your anger, you can take this life at any time. If Ning Shu cries out, she will never be human again." Venting his anger on an ignorant child, how could it be considered an upright action? Is this what Empress meant by weighing the pros and cons and upholding the great Tao? Isn't this making a fool of yourself? Her plain words did not even have any ups and downs, but they were able to expose the false righteousness that Chao Ho had just created. In reality, they were all just excuses for his own selfish interests. Power and prestige were the most charming things in the world, but they were also the most terrifying demons. When they put on the curse of being a hero, they would be bound by it for the rest of their lives and gradually become the demon's puppets. Chao Ho's face completely distorted. She was so angry that she couldn't speak. Her vision darkened and her chest heaved violently. If it weren't for the fact that she wanted to maintain her last bit of honor and pride as the Empress, she would have beaten Ning Shu to death on the spot. When Chao Ho's second slap came, she thought that Ning Shu wouldn't dare to dodge this time and could only close her eyes and accept the slap. She hadn't expected that she would make a mistake. Ning Shu suddenly raised her hand and grabbed that noble hand, squeezing it in her palm. She raised her slender chin and the corners of her mouth rose, revealing an extremely faint smile. Empress doesn't think that Ning Shu's visit today is really to seek death, right? Could it be that you think too lowly of Ning Shu? Chao Ho did not think that she would dare to do such a thing and did not react in time. It took him 2 tries before he managed to free his wrist from her grasp. Taking a step back, the palace maid's dagger was already at Ning Shu's neck. Ning Shu, your mouth is as stubborn as ever. This consort is very curious about what other tricks you have up your sleeves. Ning Shu was forced to crane her neck, but she wasn't afraid. Her long eyelashes fluttered like a butterfly that was ready to take flight at any time. It can't be considered a trick. I just don't know if Empress has thought about this. If Consort Chi had an accident, would the 4th prince still be restrained by you? What have you done? Ning Shu shook her head lightly, as if sighing softly. Now that you have great power in your hands, killing us and destroying our corpses is a simple matter. I'm afraid that even if we turn into ashes, no one will know our whereabouts. In this kind of situation, even if Ning Shu was despicable, she had no other choice. This was something that Empress personally taught me. Chapter 689. The fine lines in Chao Ho's eyes twitched subtly. The sneer at the bottom of her throat was filled with disbelief and absurdity. Her eyes were frighteningly sinister. You are threatening me? People had to lower their heads under the eaves. Ning Shu knew that there was no benefit in completely angering Chao Ho, so she stopped before going too far. She calmed down and once again restrained the sharpness in her body. She only used her pair of flawless black eyes to meet Chao Ho's weapon. Nyang, please reconsider. You went to great lengths to capture my younger brother just to torture me. But is there only one way to torture people in this world? The saints also say, do not pursue a cornered enemy. If I bring you endless trouble just for the sake of a moment of anger, then the gains do not make up for the losses. Ning Shu does not ask for much. I only ask that you be magnanimous and let my younger brother go. Ning Shu is willing to take his place. Whether Nyang wants to beat or kill him, Ning Shu will not object. Her sleeve slid down, and she held the translucent white whistle in her palm. It was as if she had taken out the greatest sincerity. Chao Ho glanced at the whistle and sneered. How to torture you, for example? Ning Shu was like a graceful jade mountain, soaking in the wind and rain, unmoving. It was as if she was completely discussing other people's matters. She was completely fearless. The simple ones are the most common punishments. Disfigurement, cutting flesh, and severing tendons, physical pain. The more difficult ones attack the heart. Ning Shu has no other ability in this life, but she has some insignificant ability in solving cases. I have heard that there are many poisons in this world that can make people lose their mind and soul. In particular, there is one called the disorientating powder. It can make people go crazy during the day and do all kinds of demonic things. When night comes, they will return to normal and remember everything they did during the day. For someone like me, this medicine is 100,000 times more terrifying than killing me. With Nyang's methods, this kind of medicine should be as easy as flipping your hand. Her tone was so calm, but it made the palace maids in Phoenix Algae Palace feel apprehensive. How ruthless must this person be to be able to torment others in such a calm manner? This girl from the Ning family. Could it be that she had been a madwoman since she was young? Chao Ho raised his eyebrows and suddenly laughed. You are indeed quite interesting. She shook her head and sighed with emotion. If it weren't for the fact that we're on different sides, this consort would admire you. It's a pity that you're so stubborn. How about this? It's rare for me to dote on someone, so I'll agree to your request. Kai Bing, go find the aperture dispersing powder for me. Kai Bin lowered her head and said submissively yes. The dagger on the side of her neck was removed. Ningxu closed her eyes and exhaled heavily. The water prison. It was that water prison again? In her previous life and this life. Ningxu personally stood in front of the familiar water prison for the second time. Looking at Forsythia and Jeeb struggling in the water prison, her heart was tightly squeezed. Her lips trembled from the pain, and she couldn't straighten her back for a moment. The water was just as muddy as before. She couldn't see the bottom, and it was still pouring in. Wearing a black hood, Forsythia was bent over and soaked in the foul-smelling water. The water had already covered most of her body. Only half of her face and a head of messy hair struggled to emerge from the water and float on the surface. She didn't move at all, as if she had turned into a rock. This was because Ningji, who had fainted a long time ago, was lying on her weak back. With just one glance, Ningxu went crazy. 2 words were squeezed out from between her teeth, each word dripping with blood. "Please, Mama, let go." Chao Ho admired her pain and was very unhappy. He glanced at her mockingly and casually waved his hand. The palace maids filed in and opened the water prison. When the water valve was closed, the foul-smelling water slowly receded. Forsythia finally couldn't hold on and fell head first into the water. Ningxu's eyes were crimson red. She stared with wide eyes and watched without blinking as those people pulled Forsythia and Jeep out of the water and carried them out of the water prison. Behind her, Chao Ho's voice was like a Buddha, like a demon, like a ghost. "Ben Gong has fulfilled my promise and let them leave. Now it is your turn." Ningxu raised her hand and personally broke the short whistle. Then she walked past Forsythia and Jeep step by step and into the water prison. In a voice full of gravel, she said, "Ningxu, as a close friend, is deeply fortunate." Chapter 690. Where did Xiaoshu go? Zigui bit her lips tightly and did not respond. Xiao Qing's face darkened even more. He took a step closer and asked, "I'll ask you one more time. Where is Xiaoshu right now?" Facing such a strange and almost aggressive Xiao Qing, Zigui took a step back in fear. She did not dare to meet his eyes and could only repeatedly shake her head to express that she had no comment. She stuck to her promise to Ningxu. On the side, Xian shielded Zigui behind him with heartache. He gathered his courage and pleaded with Xiao Qing. "Shi Ziyi, you know Zigui is a secret guard. The first rule of a secret guard is to never betray their master. If you force her like this, you will force her to die." Xiao Qing stood there heavily and did not say a word. Just standing there, he turned himself into a piece of jade and soaked in ice. He was so quiet that it made Shi Yin tremble with fear. When Shi Yin was worried that his Shi Yi might be impatient and have the intention to kill, he saw Shi Yi turn around, leaving only a cold and indifferent sentence. "Have you ever thought that your so-called criterion is indulgence? You indulge her to put herself in danger. Indulge her to stake everything on one throw without cherishing herself. Indulge her to make her own decisions and wholeheartedly seek death. When that time comes, what will you do?" Zigui stood there in a daze until Xiao Qing's figure was far away. She suddenly woke up and grabbed Shi Yin and hurriedly ran in front of him. She stretched out her hands to stop him and then anxiously pulled on Shi Yan's sleeve. She wrote and gestured what she wanted to express to Xiao Qing through Shi Yan's mouth. "Enter the palace, Empress." Shi Yan had just blurted out when Xiao Qing's expression suddenly changed. He roared, "Jussi, get on the horse." The black riders galloped away. In the water prison, Ningxu was tied to a wooden plank in the air. The plank was very narrow and could only allow Ningxu to lie on it. The 2 ends of the plank were hung with iron chains. Her head was low and her feet were high. Even Ningxu felt that her head was heavy and her feet were light. All the blood in her body rushed to her head, making her heart beat so fast that it felt like it was going to explode. Above her head was the water inlet, and the intermittent water kept hitting her forehead from above. Sometimes it was rapid, sometimes it was trickling, and sometimes it would stop for a moment out of kindness. But this constant fear of the future was like a sword hanging over her head, making her constantly in fear of death, and she could not relax for a moment. Water torture. Chao Ho could be considered to have spent a lot of effort. He had yet to find the aperture dissociation powder, but he had already thought of using this method to torture her. Without using a single soldier or even a drop of blood, he could drive her crazy. Ningshu was amazed that she still had the time to be distracted at this time. Sure enough, the various ways of dying in those 300 years had already tempered her heart of steel. However, if her father and mother knew that she had acted on her own initiative, they would probably be upset. However, she had reincarnated this time to undo the regrets of her previous life. Even though she knew that they would be upset, she still had to hurt them. Fortunately, Ji-er was here. Children always represented hope. Her father and mother would probably gradually ease up under the scouring of the world. If she could ensure the safety of her entire family, what harm was there in dying? On the other hand, Xiao Qing, TSK, this was troublesome. That guy's ears were sharp, and his heart was even sharper. He probably already knew what she had done. She was so angry that she had come to throw away her life without even saying goodbye. That guy was definitely furious. Originally, they had agreed that she would properly accompany him in the last month and send him on his final journey. Now, the first one to die was her. She had fattened from eating her words. She had fattened from eating her words. When they met on the bridge of helplessness in the future, he would probably be so angry that he wouldn't even want to acknowledge her. The water that had stopped flowing above her head for a moment rushed down again. Ningshu revealed a bitter smile to herself. "Sigh, forget it." In any case, being thick-skinned was nothing new. When they met on the bridge of helplessness in the future, what harm was there in lowering her face and begging him? That guy had a hard mouth but a soft heart. What could he do to her? With this thought, Ningshu became happy again. Just as she was trying to find joy in her misery, the door to the water prison creaked weakly in pain. A gap opened, and a tall, thin, and gloomy figure walked in from outside. Chapter 691. That person walked in step by step and stopped in front of the rusty iron bars of the water dungeon. He looked down at Ningshu, who was being punished in the water dungeon. He did not say a word, his eyes as dark as an abyss. Who was this person? Was he so bored that he came to watch the show? Ningshu wanted to open her eyes to see who this person was, but after trying several times, she could not open her eyes in the water. She could only see a blurry figure. It was very familiar, but also so unfamiliar that it made her heart palpitate. Xiaoyun, She opened her mouth, only to find that her throat seemed to be stuffed with sand. "What are you doing here?" Xiao Yuni, who had been immersed in the darkness, finally spoke. His bottomless black eyes shone faintly, as if he was lamenting and sighing. "What else can I do? I went against Mother's orders and sneaked in, so of course I'm here to see you. Shu-er, I've advised you many times not to stay in the capital and not to be entangled with Mother, but you're so stubborn. Shu-er, what should I do with you?" Ningshu almost thought that she had misheard. She couldn't help but let out a smile. "Your Highness, the Sixth Prince, even now, you still want to continue acting like you're deeply in love. Your interest is still as high as ever. This little girl almost believed you." Xiao Yuni furrowed his eyebrows unhappily. "Sure, I was the one who came to see you the moment you were in trouble. I was also the one who knew that Mother would punish me severely, but I was still stubborn. I was even the one who offered to help you leave the capital several times and keep you safe. From the beginning to the end, I only had one thought, and that was to protect you. But you didn't appreciate it, and now you're being so sarcastic towards me. Shu-er, do you think my heart is made of iron? Or do you only have that cowardly Xiao Qing in your heart? Did you know that after he found out that you had fallen into the harem, he also entered the palace to see Imperial Mother? However, after being threatened by Imperial Mother, he didn't say or do anything and just left the palace with his tail between his legs. When will you open your eyes and see clearly that the only person who truly cares about you is me from the beginning to the end? Because of his burning obsession, the corners of Xiao Yunyi's eyes were red, and his hand, that was holding onto the iron bars, almost broke the thing in his hand. You care about me? Ning Shu shuddered from head to toe as a new wave of water washed over her. It took her a long time to calm down before she could continue speaking. Her voice was very, very low, like a gossamer that could break at any moment. Even when it was at its limit, the sharpest sound could be heard. She smiled and said, "So, the way Your Highness the Sixth Prince cares about me is to take advantage of my perilous state, kill my maids, kidnap my second brother, and force me into a desperate situation so that you can use me as a bargaining chip to claim credit from your imperial mother. Then you pretended to be a good person and sent me to act as if you were deeply in love. Sixth Highness, even I feel tired for you." When his face was exposed, Xiao Yunyi panicked visibly, as if he had been slapped hard in the face. He couldn't continue with his act and had no face left. "How do you know it's me?" In the splashing water, Ning Shu coughed heavily a few times before she coughed out the water in her throat. She said intermittently, "What's so difficult about this?" Although the Empress seems to be in control of the situation now, she has been surrounded by enemies for many years. In addition, His Majesty is afraid of her. Furthermore, she has completely lost her right hand this time. The imperial uncle is now like an old tigress with only a huge skeleton. She can't avoid the decline of being strong in appearance, but weak in reality. Other than you, who else can she rely on to be her ox and horse? What's more, when His Highness the Fourth Prince forced the abdication, Your Highness the Sixth Prince didn't help in time. I'm afraid that you've angered the Empress. If you don't take the opportunity to use my Ning family's head to show your sincerity to her, how can you sit on your throne? Your Highness the Sixth Prince, I used to think that you were a pitiful person who lost yourself because of power. Now I know that you're just a complete hypocrite. I, Ning Shu, am deeply ashamed to know you in this life." "Shut up, Ning Shu. Don't think that I will tolerate you forever." Chapter 692. When the water above her head stopped flowing again, Ning Shu finally found a chance to catch her breath. She raised her head and looked carefully at the nightmare that had haunted her for 300 years. She couldn't tell if it was hatred, disgust, or something else. At that moment, she even felt resentment. She resented the heavens for playing tricks on her. She had already completely let go, but this nightmare still chased after her, biting her and tearing her apart. It even reached its hands out to her once again. She didn't dare to think about it. If she had come a step later, would have repeated the mistakes of his first life? She didn't dare to think about it. She couldn't think about it. As long as she thought about it, the darkness hidden in her heart would start to grow. She even started to regret it. If only she hadn't helped him back then. She would have just watched him be tortured by concubine Shi, watch him fall step by step down the cliff, let him go through his tribulations, let him suffer his sins. So what if he was tortured to death by concubine Shi? It had nothing to do with her anyway. Yes, it had nothing to do with her. It had nothing to do with her. Sensing that her emotions were out of control, Ning Shu quickly closed her eyes to keep herself calm. She didn't want to be changed by this unworthy person. Xiao Yunyi was pierced by the cold gaze that flashed past his eyes, and he subconsciously defended himself. "I admit that I was the one who caught your younger brother, but I really had no other way out and had no other choice. Listen to me, I have my difficulties." He defended himself hurriedly, but she didn't even bother to look at him. Xiao Yunyi's expression twitched, and he froze on the spot. In the dark water dungeon, there was no light at all. There were only a few oil lamps hanging around the walls that gave off a faint yellow light that shone on his face. The other half of his face that couldn't be found cast a long shadow on the ground. It was as dark as ink, and in this airtight water dungeon, it looked exceptionally sinister. He looked down at Ning Shu from above and slowly laughed coldly. Forget it. You won't listen to anything I say. From the start to the end, you've never been on my side. Then I'll do my best to finish this evil person." "What do you want?" Before Ning Shu could even ask, she saw Xiao Yuni twist something, and the mechanism in the water prison made a dull sound. The metal lock slid, and the door opened. Ning Shu, who was suspended in midair, felt her body move along with the wooden planks in midair, swaying, and was brought to Xiao Yuni very quickly. Xiao Yuni stared at the person who was tied to the wooden board and could not move at all. After being tortured for so long, his entire body was wet and stuck tightly to his body. His face looked like he had been soaked. His face was pale, and so were his lips. He looked so pathetic and pitiful, making Xiao Yuni's eyes darken the moment he saw him up close. As sharp as Ning Shu was, her first reaction was to turn her head away. But when the wild dog took its first bite of human flesh, it could not go back to the past. Xiao Yuni reached out his hand, holding his breath as he stared at Ning Shu, who had no strength to resist, almost obsessively. He leaned towards her slender neck and her smooth cheek. His breathing was like fire as he murmured softly, Shu-er, you're my obsession. What do you think I want? Ning Shu's thorn stood up, and she almost screamed, Go away. Xiao Yuni, stay away from me. Do you hear me? Stay away from me. Huh. Now that you're the meat on my chopping block, what's the use of what you said? Shu-er, since you reached out to me when you were 5 years old, our ill-fated relationship was destined to be entangled and difficult to cut off. If you were more obedient, there might still be some friendship left between us, and you wouldn't be in so much pain. What do you think? Haha, my good Shu-er, that's a good girl. Ambiguous sounds rang in this dark and silent water prison, accompanied by Xiao Yuni's deep and satisfied laughter, as if a greedy wish that had been unspoken for many years had finally been fulfilled. Even the black figure on the ground became arrogant, until he suddenly shouted in anger, Oh, how dare you hurt me? Ning Shu, how dare you? The sound of a sword being unsheathed could be heard, followed by the muffled sound of a sharp blade slicing through flesh. A few streaks of blood blossomed in the air, splashing onto the ground. What splashed onto the ground was Ning Shu's weak and useless limbs, as well as her flexible tongue. Chapter 693. After some time, the door of the water dungeon opened slowly, and Xiao Yuni walked out expressionlessly in his red feathered armor. Most of the sticky blood on his body had been absorbed by the red cloak, and there were only a few traces of blood on his face. In the hot summer wind, the fresh blood turned dark and gradually dried up, sticking to his face like scars. The palace maids were shocked when they saw him and hurriedly bowed to present him with a silk handkerchief. Xiao Yuni stared at them, clenching his fists tightly as he pushed them away. Turning around, he walked under the long, winding corridor. Walking on the green and gold bricks, he stepped over the tall threshold and slowly walked in front of Chao Ho. He bent his right knee, and the tip of his knee touched the ground. His palm loosened, and a piece of minced meat fell to the ground. Mother, Aken has already dealt with her for you. Staring at the minced meat, even Chao Ho was slightly surprised. Who are you talking about, my son? Ning Shu. Xiao Yuni's face was as dark as an emotionless piece of wood. Mother, please forgive Aken for breaking into the water dungeon. Aken broke all the bones in her limbs and cut off her tongue. From now on, she can no longer disobey Mother and be a stumbling block for you. Chao Ho raised his slender eyebrows and raised his eyelids as he asked with interest, Are you serious? Can you bear to be so heartless? Xiao Yuni's face twitched, and he said fiercely, Aken was a little hesitant at first, but she was stubborn and even tried to assassinate me. Even if I kept such a woman, her heart wouldn't be with me. Since I can't have her, I might as well destroy her and be loyal to Mother. A light flashed in Chao Ho's eyes, and he smiled. He got up and walked in front of him and patted his head. How many times did Mother tell you that a person in power shouldn't be dragged down by love? Otherwise, you won't be able to achieve anything. But you didn't listen. Now you've finally realized it. Not bad, not bad. My son has finally grown up. You've done well in this matter. Mother is very happy, very happy. Thank you for your praise, Mother. Your son will follow your lead in the future. Xiao Yuni closed his eyes, rubbing his head against Empress Chao's palm affectionately before he continued to fawn over her. Reporting to Mother, Aken found out that Duan Changfeng left the capital alone and rushed towards the direction of Nanjiang a few days ago. He seems to be investigating something. Chao narrowed his eyes. Oh, does my son know what to do? Mother, don't worry. Aken has already sent people to hunt him down. If necessary, Aken will do it himself. He won't be able to bring anything back to the capital alive. Good. My son is getting smarter and smarter. He has the wisdom to rule the world in the future. It seems that Xiao Qing still hasn't given up and is still vainly trying to fight like a cornered beast. In that case, I'll gift this tongue to him. This consort wants him to spend his final days living in complete darkness, living a life worse than death. Xiao Yuni lowered his head obediently and replied, yes. After kowtowing once more, he straightened his numb knees, bowed his head, and respectfully left this dazzlingly gorgeous palace. He stepped over the threshold and walked out. The light and heat outside were like poison, so strong that he couldn't look directly at them. But he was like a bottomless pit, never able to absorb a trace of sunlight. Outside the palace, Xiao Qing waited under the scorching sun for 6 hours. When the golden crows were covered, a vast expanse of dark clouds spread from the sky, domineering and tragic. After learning that Ning Shu had entered the palace without permission, he didn't have any second thoughts. His first thought was to enter the palace to see the emperor. But no matter how many memorials he sent, His Majesty refused to see them and sent them back. Chao Ho was the same. Seeing his pale face, the guards at the palace couldn't bear to persuade him. Young master, His Majesty and Her Majesty are tied up with official business and can't split themselves. It's impossible for them to summon you. Why don't you go back first? Xiao Qing was as stubborn as a mountain. He shook his head under the palace's towering glazed eaves. Today, I must see His Majesty. When the last corner of the sky was completely swallowed by the dark clouds, Chao Ho finally sent someone to deliver something, as if he was giving alms. When Xiao Qing opened the box and reached out to touch the bloody soft meat inside, his chest burned. His breathing stopped, and he raised his head. Pff, a large mouthful of blood spurted out from his throat. Chapter 694. The grief in that moment was like a gale, drowning him. Xiao Qing's lips trembled as he muttered, Xiao Shu, intermittently. His body fell backwards like a piece of bamboo that had been mercilessly destroyed. Shitzi Yi. Soon, the news of Nanping Wang's heir vomiting blood and fainting at the palace gates spread to every corner of the harem. In Funing Palace Hall, Chao Ho sneered after hearing Kai Fan's report. He then continued to stir the medicine in his hands. He shook his head and sighed at the defeated Emperor Tianze. Your Majesty, the children these days don't know how to take care of themselves. He's coughing blood at such a young age. I'm afraid the heavens won't let him live. If his parents knew, how sad would they be? I'm afraid they would be like this concubine when I lost my son. What do you think, Your Majesty? Heaven's Choice Emperor's stiff face twitched as a complicated whirlpool of sorrow flowed out from his eyes. He wanted to say something but didn't. His lips only moved a bit as he squeezed out an N from the bottom of his throat. Chao Ho seemed to have heard a good joke and was greatly amused. As expected, Your Majesty understands me. That's right, Your Majesty. Prime Minister Tan's youngest son seems to have gone crazy because of an accident in his family. In the past few days, he has been wantonly making up rumors that this concubine is trying to harm Your Majesty. Don't you think that's funny? This kind of nonsense not only makes this concubine feel grief, it also greatly damages the prestige of our imperial family. In this concubine's opinion, we should be lenient. Flog him 300 times and exile him to the border. What do you think? The Heaven's Choice Emperor's emotions had long been exhausted by that word. The once insufferably arrogant monarch was now being squeezed by someone's neck. His soul was being squeezed out of his body, leaving behind a shriveled and empty shell, approved. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your concubine's favor. Chao Ho smiled as he held the white jade spoon and blew on the medicine in his hands a few more times. He respectfully and considerately brought it to Heaven Choice Emperor. Heaven Choice Emperor's fingers trembled, and he didn't move for a long time. Chao Ho stretched out his hand and gently rubbed Heaven's Volition Emperor's neck as if he was coaxing a child who was throwing a tantrum and refusing to take the medicine. Your Majesty, the medicine is already cold. You should drink it. After drinking the medicine, you will be able to live for 100 years, 1,000 years, 10,000 years, 10,000 years, and live as long as the heavens. Heaven's Choice Emperor's lips trembled for a long time. Finally, under Chao Ho's cold smile, he opened his mouth slightly, and in another corner of the palace that no one noticed, Yin Jiaoyi was rolling on the ground in pain, and her screams filled the entire room. It was as if there were thousands of knives cutting and stabbing her body, wanting to stab her into a sieve, leaving not a single piece of good flesh on her body. Shu Shui, it hurts, it hurts. Come and help me. Come and kill me. My entire body feels like it's on fire, pierced by needles and slashed by knives. What kind of poison did that crazy woman Chao give me? Is she trying to torture me until I commit suicide? I want to kill her. Next to her, a granny with a face full of scars and disfigurement held an ice handkerchief to her face and body, trying to alleviate some of the pain. However, this heart-wrenching pain was like thousands of beast claws encircling her, and no soothing measures were of any help. She could only bear it in despair and hatred until the pain that came every 2 hours gradually subsided. Then, she was able to take a short breather, and then shivered as she waited for the next time. After half an incense stick of time, Yin Jiaoyi was tortured to the point that she looked like a dead person. Her body was soaked in water, and she was worse than a beggar outside. This was Chao Ho's punishment for her, punishing her for trying to go against the heavens. Chapter 695. Yin Jiaoyi rested for almost an hour before she found a trace of desire to be a human from the torture of being trampled on like a pig or a dog. She got up from the ground with a gloomy face, shivering. She fell down several times, but Shu Shui helped her up and put her on the soft couch. Give me the handkerchief. Yin Jiaoyi's teeth were chattering. She reached out for the handkerchief from Shu Shui and tidied up the dust on her face, the saliva at the corner of her mouth, and the messy hair in front of the bronze mirror that had not been broken even after being smashed so many times. She was trying to pull the elegant and graceful Yin Jiaoyi back. After being tempered by time, the quiet and timid young female doctor from more than 20 years ago had already changed into a completely different person. She was completely unrecognizable. Even the hair on her temples had inadvertently crept up to her. She looked furious as she gripped Shu Shui's elbow and said word by word, Chao Wenyu wants to ruin me, but I am not going to let her have her way. Shu Shui patted her back and said with a low voice, Yes, we are not going to let her have her way. Jiaoyi, you have been suffering for so many years, and Chao Wenyu is not going to ruin you. She has even forgotten that you are from a medical family. The poison is vicious, but with your medical skills, you will be able to get rid of it soon. Yin Jiaoyi laughed. She shivered and said, Yes, I have been like an ant in the court for so many years. I have been hiding in the darkness and hiding in the corner. No one has noticed my existence. Even my name, Yin Chaoyan, is not known by many people in the court. Shu Shui, do you think I have been successful in hiding? I am afraid that no one in the world is more successful than me. Ha! She laughed foolishly, but a string of tears flowed down from the corner of her eyes. She leaned on Shu Shui's shoulder and said crazily, In the past 20 years, I have been living like a shadow every day. Dignity, glory, I have abandoned everything. Even my own son was made into a chess piece by me and given to someone else. I have been planning for this for so long, and I have been waiting for so long. Finally, it is coming to an end. Did you hear that, Queen? My daughter is finally coming to an end. She continued, You just said that Chao when you cut off Ning Shu's tongue and gave it to Xiao Qing? Shu Shui hugged her shoulder and back. In the dark palace where no light could pass through, the two people held each other's hands tightly, as if they had become one. Yes, The moment that Xiao Qing received the broken tongue at the palace gate, he vomited blood and fainted. Yin Zhaoyi's face revealed an extremely mysterious smile, as happy as a young girl. Hee hee, that's great. How nice. What do you think Xiao Wenyu's expression will be when all the mysteries are revealed? Would it be as exciting as a great drama? What should we do? Xu Shui. I can't wait to see. And His Majesty, when His Majesty finds out, he should be very surprised. Xu Shui gently stroked her hair that was mixed with white snow. Her face that was covered with worms had the same mysterious and tender smile. Don't worry, didn't Zhaoyi say that we'll be waiting soon? It's not the last moment to open the wine seal. How can we be too impatient? You're right, especially at this time. We can't be impatient. Yin Zhaoyi nodded seriously and squeezed her hand. Xu Shui, are you looking forward to it as much as I am? Yes. Yin Zhaoyi smiled softly and looked deeply at the terrible face in front of her. Well, let's look forward to it together. When Huema finally climbed out of the gate of hell and opened his eyes slightly, he squeezed out a crying and laughing expression to Princess 13, who was guarding the edge of the bed without sleeping. Xiao Qing fainted again, and Prince Nanping's mansion was in a mess again. His limbs were stiff, his whole body was hot, and he vomited 3 mouthfuls of blood. Juicy put the sword on the neck of the head of the Imperial Hospital and ordered him to try his best to save Xiao Qing, or he would kill his whole family. The head of the Imperial Hospital cried and screamed, but it was still useless. When Xiao Qing touched the broken tongue, his heart and soul were broken into 2 halves, and even his internal organs were bleeding like a river. No matter how Nanny Fong and others cried, he didn't have any reaction. It was visible to the naked eye, and he was losing his vitality. Zigui Tianwen had already started to cry. Just when Juicy couldn't restrain his tears and thought that he couldn't survive this disaster, Xiao Qing suddenly murmured Xiaoshu and opened his eyes. Young prince! The people in the room rushed over and surrounded Xiao Qing, but they saw Xiao Qing's eyes that couldn't see anything. He stubbornly looked at the void and forced himself up from the bed. He didn't explain anything and said, "Help me to Prince Ke's mansion. I want to see Xiao Minglan." Chapter 696. Beneath his feet was the Forgetfulness River. The rolling waves rolled up countless broken and torn souls and rushed over his feet. With silent cries, they were swept to the end of the Forgetfulness River. Xiao Qing stood in the blood-red river. His unfamiliar black robe fluttered in the absence of wind. His eyes still could not distinguish anything in this world, but he knew that the towering, mountain-like giant shadow in front of him was the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva who swore not to become a Buddha until hell was empty. He was compassionate and ruthless, peaceful and cold. He looked down from 100 feet high in the sky. His giant eyes swirled with the world's joys and sorrows, anger, infatuation, love, and hatred. Xiao Qing raised his head and stared in the darkness. He asked a question in his heart. He said, "Bodhisattva, what sin have I committed? You gave me eyes, but you can't see. You gave me a mortal body, but you sentenced me to an early death. You told me that there was no hope, but you let me meet my true love. You let me meet my true love, but you let me watch her suffer hundreds of disasters, shatter, and fall. Since that's the case, why did you give birth to my eyes? Why did you grow my heart? Why did you give me this mortal body? Bodhisattva, what sin have I committed?" Bodhisattva stared at him for a long time and let out a deafening sigh. He seemed to be lamenting that he was still stubborn. "Your sin is that you are a heartless person, but you have a heart. You are not in the sea of reincarnation. But because of the extravagant thoughts in your heart, you abandoned yourself and jumped into the world of mortals. You have no fate with her. But because of your selfishness, the universe was reversed. The soul that should be destroyed was revived, and the fate that should be destroyed was revived. The order of yin and yang was in chaos, and the two of you were forcefully entangled. You are wrong again and again, and you never admit your mistakes, but you ask me what sin have I committed. Stubborn, stubborn, stubborn." Tears like blood flowed out of his eyes. Since I am wrong again and again, why don't you punish me and let her suffer together? What sin has she committed? Her sin is that she unintentionally disturbed your heart, led you to greed, and ruined your cultivation. Her sin originated from you, and your sin originated from her. This is her biggest sin. Xidigarba's eyes turned from dark to bright, from green to white. He let out a long sigh. The worst has yet to happen. As long as you are willing to let go of your obsession, put away your greed, and cut off your ill-fated relationship. She has suffered what she deserves, and you have suffered what you deserve. The two of you have nothing to do with each other anymore. The order of the wheel of fate has been restored. Maybe everything can be turned around. This is the last chance that the heavens have given you. The two have nothing to do with each other anymore. Then what about her? Why should she suffer? Xidigarba Bodhisattva lowered his eyelids and said, she was originally punished by the heavens and died tragically in her 7th life. Now that she has returned to her first life, it is natural for her to be reborn according to the will of heaven. Xiao Qing was greatly shaken. This is not fair. Since she had returned to her first life, everything had returned to zero. She had not harmed anyone, nor had she harmed anyone. Her hands were clean, so what was wrong with that? All of her sins were caused by me. Yet you want me to watch her sink into the sea of bitterness without lifting a finger? I can't do it. I was originally a heartless person, yet I saw her give birth to thoughts. It can be seen that this is the will of heaven playing tricks on me. Heaven is unreasonable, playing us like dolls. However, what is the sin of love? Xidigarba revealed a fierce face, and he was extremely angry. He exerted his supreme power. Stubborn, then I will punish you on behalf of heaven. The two of you will not be alike in this life. When your souls return to the underworld, your souls will be destroyed together, and you will never be reincarnated. Then let's try. At this point, Xiao Qing was no longer afraid. He stood tall and straight, and his long robe fluttered without wind. In front of this huge shadow, he seemed to be as tall as he was. The will of heaven wants to manipulate me, but I don't believe in heaven's will. I, Xiao Qing, am not worth mentioning in my life. There is only one thing. I will never admit defeat before I fall. Even if my body and soul are destroyed, I will hold my love and never bend my knees. Chapter 697. After waking up from his coma, Xiao Qing wiped the blood from the corner of his lips. He supported himself with both hands by the side of the bed and forced himself up. Juicy and the others knew that as long as he wanted to do something, no one could stop him. It was the same now. So even if they had tears in their eyes, they still chose to endure it and followed his wishes. They prepared the carriage and sent him to Prince Ku's residence. In just a short month, Xiao Minglan, who used to be high-spirited, was now so haggard that only a skeleton was left. He was wrapped in a pile of brocade and gold robes. His eyes were dark, and he reeked of alcohol. He lived like a wandering ghost. Ghosts were afraid of being exposed to light, so every door and window in the prince's mansion was tightly shut. It was gloomy and dark, and not a single ray of light could pass through. In this scorching summer, there was an eerie chill. When Xiao Qing forced his way in, Xiao Minglan was stung by the sudden light. He cried out in pain and subconsciously turned around to cover his face. After a while, he slowly raised his head stiffly and recognized the paper-thin figure in the light. Ah, it's Heir Xiao. Why are you here? Ha, good, very good. Finally, someone is here to drink with me. It just so happens that my wine jar has just been opened. Come quickly. He laughed awkwardly for a while before he realized. Heir Xiao, why do you look so pale? Did something happen? Xiao Qing took a deep breath of the cold air in the room. He suppressed the overwhelming pain caused by the churning of his internal organs and said hoarsely, Xiao Shu has fallen into the hands of the Empress. Xiao Minglan mumbled, Ah, that's not good. That person, she is very vengeful. You have greatly offended her. I'm afraid that girl won't be able to live. But it's also good. You won't be able to live. I won't be able to live. Everyone won't be able to live. Then let's die together. It's good to die, it's good to die. We can start all over again. Huh? This dirty flesh, this stinky soul, it's probably the best thing in the world to cut them all off and start all over again. Xiao Minglan held the wine jar as she staggered back and forth in the empty hall. She laughed maniacally, as if her last bit of rationality had disappeared along with something. The more he laughed, the crazier he became, almost causing the sky to collapse. Xiao Qing's face was cold as he followed the sound and grabbed his neck. Xiao Minglan's laughter stopped abruptly when her neck was suddenly locked. Xiao Hongyin rushed forward to stop her, but was forcefully stopped by Jusi. Xiao Minglan's breathing stopped, and his face was filled with blood. He desperately rolled his eyes and waved his arms until he thought that he would be strangled to death by Xiao Qing. Then, the hand that was clamping him mercifully let go and pushed him onto the cold couch at the side. He lay on the cold couch for a long time before he finally managed to breathe again. At the same time, he also managed to regain some of his rationality. In front of him, Xiao Qing's voice was as cold as a piece of ice that would not melt for 10,000 years. One look at it and one would be frozen. He said, "If Grand Prince wants to die, I will not stop you. But Xiao Shu, it's impossible. I don't have the leisure to pretend to be polite with Grand Prince. Today, I'm here for one thing. What was the truth that you had back then? Please tell me everything." Xiao Minglan held onto his neck that was still throbbing in pain and laughed dryly. "What truth? What are you talking about? I've already told you everything I know the last time. I didn't hide anything. Nothing. Is that so?" Xiao Qing had never been so cruel before. However, at this moment, he had no choice but to turn himself into an executioner and reveal the most unspeakable truth. Then, what about Princess Helyui's background? When this short sentence came out, Xiao Minglan's eyelids twitched and he became a walking corpse. The blood in his body was no longer warm. The walking corpse lunged at Xiao Qing like a madman, his eyes bloodshot. He only wanted to cover Xiao Qing's mouth tightly so that he would never be able to speak. But he was still a step too late. Some secrets, no matter how hard they were hidden, would eventually be revealed to the world one day, even if it had already been covered with pus and smelly. Xiao Qing said in a low voice, "The cause of Princess Helyui's death was not because of love or revenge, which was widely spread in the streets. It was a secret that none of you can say. She was the flesh and blood of great elder princess and grand prince, right?" The world in front of Xiao Minglan collapsed in an instant. Chapter 698. The other people in the hall had already left before Xiao Qing opened his mouth. Only the two of them were left in this space where the doors and windows were tightly shut. They were like two dying beasts confronting each other. Xiao Minglan looked like he was dead. His brain buzzed as if it had exploded. Before he could react, he had already pounced on Xiao Qing with a ferocious face. He shouted, he threatened, and he begged like a crazy beggar who had been driven to a dead end. Shut up. What nonsense are you talking about? You are a lunatic, a villain, and a devil. I warn you, if you dare to talk nonsense again, I will kill you." A full jar of wine was smashed in front of him. He grabbed a piece of broken porcelain and stabbed it at Xiao Qing. However, the alcohol and decadence of the past few days had hollowed him out. Before he could run a few steps, he had already fallen heavily to the ground. The broken porcelain in his palm had cut his palm, and the dazzling color had covered his entire hand and heart. There was no light in the hall, but he still covered his face as if he was afraid of the light. His throat rolled, and his snot and tears flowed down. Some secrets were too dirty. He was prepared to take them to the grave rather than let a third person know. However, what he was afraid would happen. This day still came. He knelt on the ground and choked with sobs until he was exhausted. Finally, he moved an inch between his fingers and asked in a hoarse voice, "Who told you this secret? Who told you this secret?" Finally, he pried open a corner of the clamshell. Xiao Qing didn't feel happy. On the contrary, he felt an indescribable pity in his heart, because the sad man in front of him was no different from him at this moment. He replied, "No one told me, but Xiao Shu and I speculated about it from the details. Since the day His Majesty granted the marriage, you have been slowly showing your true colors. You and Great Elder Princess were supposed to be related by blood, but you became estranged at the age of 16. On the day of the marriage, you and Great Elder Princess resisted and left the banquet angrily. After deliberately making a scene in Shandi Mountain, you happened to reveal the hidden book in the belly of the fish. Within half a day, the bad news spread all over the capital city. After Xiao Shu and I investigated, we found that the owner of the ox cart that suddenly rushed out had been seen meeting with a proud female guest before the case. If my guess is correct, it should be Miss Hong Yin, who is always by the prince's side. At first, we felt that this answer was inconceivable, but when they were put together, no matter how inconceivable it was the only answer. You didn't really want to kill Princess Rue. You just wanted to stop this marriage that shouldn't have gone on. Who would have thought that it would lead to such a tragedy? Originally, they were not prepared to reveal this secret, but at this point, he had no choice but to be a cold-blooded and heartless villain. Xiao Minglan's tears finally seeped through the gaps between her fingers. Some things were too heavy. He endured it, suppressed it, and bit his lips with all his might. However, there would be a day when he couldn't take it anymore. "You're right. I was the one who planned all of this. Rue is indeed mine and Imperial sister's." He wept. His voice was intermittent, sounding even more sorrowful than an old beast on the verge of death. "Bastard, bastard. This is our retribution, the retribution for betraying Empress Zhou." In the calm after the great sorrow, Xiao Minglan's body was completely burned, leaving only a handful of ashes. He sat on the ground in a daze, revealing the embarrassing past bit by bit. At this moment, he didn't think about face, dignity, and vanity at all. All he could think about was kneeling in front of the Buddha and digging his heart out to ask and repent. At that time, we stood on her corpse and got everything. Now we have to return everything one by one, even more miserable than she was at that time. We deserved it. But why? Why did it have to be like this? Rue, she didn't know anything. What did she do wrong? Chapter 699. Actually, I always knew what you were investigating. The poison in your body, the curse in that girl's body. I knew everything. But I couldn't say anything. I couldn't say anything. Those secrets, I was prepared to rot in my stomach, to be taken to the grave with me, to hell. In the end, I was forgiven completely by a bowl of Mang Po's soup. But why can't you let me go? Xiao Minglan was so thin that his two bloodshot eyes protruded out abnormally. Every strand of blood seemed to be silently asking the heavens why they had to play with him like this. But the heavens didn't answer. Only his own voice was like a candle that had burned to the end. "I've told you about my brother before. Haha, not the one sitting in the imperial court now, but the crown prince's brother who died tragically at the hands of Empress Zhou, Xiao Minglu. I said that because of him, Imperial Father and Empress Zhou's relationship gradually drifted apart until they became enemies. Actually, I was lying to you. He was never the mediocre talent and ambitious person that we talked about. On the contrary, as long as you know him, you can't deny a fact. He was born to be a leader. Benevolence and generosity, wisdom and tenacity. Anyway, all the qualities of a benevolent ruler that you can find in the history books were all gathered in him alone. On the day he came of age, all the civil and military officials in the imperial court praised him from the bottom of their hearts as the light of the Yu. Our imperial court had waited for 200 years, and finally, there was hope for the world once again. Xiao Qing didn't expect to hear such a completely different turn of events. He couldn't help but frown, pursing his lips as he continued to listen seriously. Even if I hated Empress Zhou to the core, I still couldn't say anything bad about him. Because even to someone like me, a potential competitor for the throne, he still showed his greatest kindness. Ever since I was young, Imperial Father had never hugged me. The only time was him. Xiao Minglan took a deep breath, crying and laughing. But in the end, we still betrayed him. You all know that he was indeed stabbed to death by Empress Zhou. But actually, Empress Zhou wasn't crazy from the beginning to the end. That woman has been smart all her life. Every step she takes is steady and steady. She has half the world in her hands. How could she go crazy so easily? Xiao Qing instinctively frowned and said, "So the one who is truly crazy is not her, but the former crown prince?" "You guessed right. The one who's crazy is the crown prince's brother." Xiao Minglan continued to speak like a log. At that time, Empress Zhou and the crown prince were firmly tied together. Empress Zhou was such a smart woman that no one could do anything to her. In order to break their alliance and snatch the throne from their hands, those people thought of all kinds of ways, but to no avail. Chapter 700. Xiao Qing said slowly, "Empress Zhou chose to end all of this with her own hands?" "Yes. She is the most arrogant woman I have ever seen. She is overly intelligent and overly arrogant. Later, I even thought that she might not have chosen to enter the palace for Father Emperor, nor for the position of Empress, but for the sake of protecting the crown prince, the rare glory of her Zhou family. She imparted all of her skills and wisdom to her crown prince Gage. She made him into a second person who was far better than her. She only forgot to teach him what it means to be petty and what it means to repay kindness with enmity, so that he fell for it so easily." Xiao Minglan chuckled, seeming both happy and sad. In this situation, the arrogant Empress Zhou had a premonition that even if she really killed Father Emperor, it would be difficult to reverse the situation. The Zhou family was finished. Rather than being destroyed by others, it was better to end it with her own hands. Thus, she set fire to the Phoenix Algae Palace, pierced through Brother Crown Prince's heart, and turned herself into a curse that would last for generations to come, demanding the lives of all those who had wronged them. Even Xiao Qing hadn't guessed that the truth would be so unbearable. Feng Zhao's fire that had been burning for 25 years seemed to have reached here as well. It was about to burn the entire imperial city to ashes. Xiao Qing thought for a moment and found a loophole in the logic. If Empress Zhou had already predicted the outcome and was prepared to die, then the imperial jade seal that the prince stole from the previous emperor only served to add fuel to the fire. "Why would she hate you so much?" Xiao Minglan's lips trembled violently, as if he had been forced to face the last malignant sore on his body. It was so dirty and smelly that even breathing was painful. Because that bowl of medicine that harmed Brother Crown Prince was personally made by my sister. It was not that Brother Crown Prince did not have his guard up, but he never thought that we, whom he had repeatedly extended a helping hand to, would have the most vicious thoughts in the world. Relying on that bowl of soup, we easily overthrew the Zhou family, easily seized the country for His Majesty, and earned endless wealth and glory for ourselves. In the next 10 years, I almost succeeded in forgetting those things. I was like a happy fool staying in Imperial Sister's princess mansion, teasing the chickens and dogs, trusting the horses to be reined in, and being the most carefree person in the capital with a clear conscience until that day, the day of my 16th birthday. Xiao Minglan was so ashamed that she knelt on the ground once again. She wished that she could turn herself into fine powder, stuff herself into a crack in the ground, and float into the sky. That heavenly emperor brother-in-law wasn't around. Why was he coincidentally not around that day? That year, a bowl of soup harmed Brother Crown Prince. That day, a cup of wine ruined us siblings in the same way. Retribution, this is retribution. When he finished speaking, there was no other sound in the empty hall. Other than Xiao Minglan's wailing, she had broken down to the extreme. Tears were never a life-saving straw, but when people reached a dead end, it seemed that other than crying, there was no other medicine that could save themselves. Xiao Qing listened to the entire story, and his heart was filled with mixed feelings. At that time, Xiao Minglan was only 6 years old. The eldest princess probably didn't reveal the matter of the soup to him beforehand. But what was the meaning of this? After all, he was trapped in a cage and couldn't escape. He stood quietly by Xiao Minglan's side, accompanying him as he cried to his heart's content. until Xiao Minglan's throat was completely hoarse from crying and he couldn't make any more sound. He finally stopped. He slowly raised his head like a zombie and grabbed Xiao Qing's clothes. He asked, but he couldn't make any specific sound. Only the sound of his throat bleeding was left. He struggled and roared, as if he didn't get an answer today, he would haunt Xiao Qing even if he turned into a malicious spirit in the future. I know. Today, I have told you everything. I didn't hide a single word. I just want to know one thing. Who was the one who harmed Ray? Xiao Qing knew that Xiao Minglan would ask this question, and he had to answer. Some truths couldn't be avoided even if he hid at the ends of the earth. So he said, Prince Consort. Chapter 701. Brother-in-law? 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 Xiao Minglan called out brother-in-law thrice. She was shocked at the beginning, then hesitant and unwilling to believe it. Finally, she was at a loss for words. In a short period of time, Xiao Minglan seemed to have reevaluated her life. He couldn't be blamed for being so despondent. Who in the capital didn't know how deeply in love eldest princess Xiao Mingxue and her husband's consort were? It was a beautiful story. His gentle and generous brother-in-law also doted on his sister so much for 20 years. His brother-in-law also took good care of him because of his love for the house and its crow. Ever since they had a falling out because of that embarrassing matter, that good brother-in-law had personally come to the manor several times to earnestly persuade them, hoping that they could reconcile as before. Because of this, he felt guilty and could not sleep for many days and nights. He threw himself into a wine jar to torture himself, hoping that his conscience would be slightly better. He did not expect it at all. Xiao Minglan climbed up from the ground numbly and staggered towards the door. He treated Heliyue so well. He was afraid that she would fall in his hands and melt in his mouth. He watched Heliyue grow up from a young age. How could he bear it? How could he bear it? How could he bear it? Xiao Minglan's eyes were about to pop out. She let out an earth-shattering cry from the bottom of her throat. She slammed the door open, and a dazzling light shone in from another world. It tore a big hole in the darkness and sorrow that was imprisoned in the hall. Then it swallowed Xiao Minglan completely. Seeing Xiao Minglan dashing out with her sword like a madman, Jiusi hesitated whether to chase after her. Xiao Qing slowly shook his head. You can't stop her. No matter how hard you try, you can't stop her. 16 years of grievances. You can't escape today, but you can escape tomorrow. They have endured for so many years. Jiusi stopped in his tracks and could not help but shake his head and sigh. 16 years without acting. This prince consort has really engraved the word endured into his bones. For almost 6,000 days and nights, that prince consort looked at his wife, who was sleeping soundly beside him. He looked at his daughter, who grew up to be lively and adorable, but had someone else's blood. No one knew what kind of entanglement he had in his heart. And when he saw the corpse of his daughter, who called him father and leaned against his legs sweetly and coquettishly, and when he saw his wife break down overnight, did he ever feel a moment of regret? No one was a winner in this war. Xiao Minglan went crazy and little red smoke followed her in tears. Prince Ke's residence was in a mess. In this chaos, the only one left was Xiao Qing. After leaving the prince's mansion, Xiao Qing suppressed his coughing for a long time. It was not until Juicy fed him 3 times the dose of pills that he recovered some color. Ever since he saw the severed tongue, his body visibly became haggard. However, he forced himself to hold on and clenched his teeth, forcing himself not to fall. He must not fall. Juicy looked at him worriedly. He was careful not to expose his trembling chest. He said, Heir apparent, are you suspecting that Empress Zhou's daughter, Princess Mingjia, is not dead? That year, Xiao Mingqing's wet nurse could change her appearance and hide in the palace for many years. Why couldn't Empress Zhou's only daughter do the same? Empress Zhou's ability and courage always exceeded their imagination. Xiao Qing leaned against the carriage and said tiredly, regardless of whether she survived or not, and regardless of whether she is the mastermind behind this, we will meet in the end. It is right in front of our eyes. Jussi, do two things for me. First, inform the fourth prince's residence that imperial concubine Qi is dead. Second, spread the news that the emperor is sick. I want the capital to be in chaos first. After doing these two things, wait for me at the duke's residence. I want to see Princess Ashin. Jussi was always loyal and silent. He accepted the order and left. He turned and got off the carriage. Xiao Qing lifted the curtain and called him back. His face was as white as paper. His thin lips said, Jussi, remember, what you hear may not be true. What you see may be false. From now on, don't listen to anything. Don't believe anything. Follow your heart. Yes. Chapter 702. Inside the House of Duke. Princess Exin gently hugged her son who had fallen into a deep sleep. Her pair of bloodshot eyes stared unblinkingly outside the window. The last time she was able to cry out loud was already a few shurchen ago. Ji and Lian Xiao were found unconscious and thrown into the small alley in front of the Duke public house. After confirming that the piece of flesh that fell from her body was still alive and could still breathe, she tightly held it in her arms and could not help but wail on the spot. She had never been a smart woman. The smartest thing she had done in her life was probably choosing the right husband and giving birth to this pair of pure and innocent children. But even if she wasn't that smart, when she saw her son come back safe and sound, she guessed the reason. Her daughter, who had always been the smartest and most sensible child, used her own life in exchange for her younger brother. The funny thing was, as their mother, she was supposed to charge and break through the enemy lines and protect them, but she was useless. She could only hide in the house and cry helplessly. Useless, really useless. How could there be a mother like her in the world? She didn't deserve it. So much guilt and heartache crushed her. Princess Exion's face was wet with a string of tears that fell on Ji's soft forehead. She carefully wiped it away and looked up at Ningdi. Husband, have I always been your trouble? Ningdi Yuan sadly reprimanded. Hector, what nonsense are you talking about? He stretched out his arms and hugged his wife and child in his arms. He also had tears in his eyes. You have done your best. As for Shu, that child's idea is too big. She actually, in the end, it's me who is useless as a husband and a father. I can't protect my wife and children. Exion, don't worry. Even if I have to risk my life, I will save Shu. I will go to the palace now. Exine choked with sobs. But you are also sending yourself to death. Ningduan smiled and kissed her forehead. What is there to be afraid of death? When you gave birth to them, were you ever afraid of death? Today, as long as there is a 1,000th chance of keeping our children safe, I will try. Otherwise, I am a husband and a father in vain. Husband, don't worry, I'll try my best not to die. Bye. Ningdi Yuan hugged them tightly and turned around to wipe away his tears. He pulled out the red tasseled spear in the courtyard and put on the armor bestowed upon him by the previous emperor, preparing to enter the palace. Just as he was about to leave the manor, he was stopped by someone. Xiao? Hearing the news that Xiao Qing had personally come to visit, Princess Exien was startled. Only when Xiao Qing stood in front of her did she react. She handed Jier over to a servant girl to take care of, and then as if she was finally ready to face some things she had to face, she straightened her numb legs, tidied up her messy hair, and turned around. Xiao Qing bowed slightly. Even now, he did not neglect the etiquette ingrained in his bones. Greetings, Princess Exien. Upon seeing him, Exion's teary eyes shook as she said in a trembling voice, Are you here to save my Shu? Yes. I have always had some doubts in my heart and wanted to ask you for advice, but I have never had the right opportunity. I don't know how to ask. This time, Shu is in danger and the situation is extremely difficult. If you want to save her, all of us must work together to save her. Only then can we find a turning point. I beg you to tell me the truth without hiding anything. Princess Exien nodded. She took a deep breath and said, I know what you want to ask. Even if you don't come to me, I will come to you. For a long time, I don't want Shu to be too close to you. You should have felt it. In fact, there is a reason. Today, I will tell you everything I know, those that can be said and those that can't be said. Chapter 703. Have you heard? Have you heard? Something big has happened. Rumors were like grass, easily ignited. Heaven's Inquisition released all the spies in his hands, and in less than half a day, the capital was in an uproar. Everyone was shocked by these few pieces of news to the point that their heads were numb. They didn't even bother to eat or do any work as they gathered together to discuss in fear. What big matter? Are you talking about the Princess Royal's residence? If you ask me, I really don't know what kind of bad luck the Princess Royal had. Her daughter had just died and her brother, who she had personally raised, had gone crazy. He rushed into the Princess Royal's residence with a sword, saying that he wanted to die together with her. In the process of stopping him, the prince consort injured him. In order to protect her brother, the Princess Royal unintentionally pushed the prince consort. Coincidentally, the prince consort staggered and bumped into the broken sword that had pierced through the tree trunk. It pierced through his back, and he died just like that. The Princess Royal was unable to control herself, and also slit her own throat with her sword. The ground was covered with corpses, and only Prince Ku was left. Tell me, isn't this the water of the Yellow River? Can't you explain it? I heard that when Prince Ku was carried out of the residence, he was completely stupefied. He couldn't speak or blink. Other than being able to gasp for breath, he was no different from a dead person. That was really a strange matter. Normally, it would be considered a big matter, but today, it's really not enough. The big matter I want to talk about is about the palace. The person who spoke was a restaurant waiter. He was the most arrogant and talkative person. At this moment, he deliberately lowered his voice and raised a finger to the sky. It's related to I heard that the old man is terminally ill and will probably do it at any time. Right now, the Phoenix Mother is in charge of everything in the palace. Have you thought of anything? Isn't this the same situation as when the emperor fell ill and Empress Wu stole the country? Oh my heavens! I don't dare to say it. Be careful of your little life. But this matter is traceable. Do you remember that a while ago, His Majesty's old illness relapsed? I heard that he was in a coma for many days. But didn't he get better later on? He even personally went to the imperial court to govern. Haha. Then this old man will rely on his age to say a few words to you. In the end, you're still a young and inexperienced brat. Haven't you heard of the phrase, the final radiance of the setting sun? I have a neighbor whose distant relative works in the Imperial Academy of Medicine. I heard that His Majesty's medicine is sent to the Imperial Academy of Medicine like a stream of water, and all of it has to go through the Phoenix Mother's hands first. Tell me, what does this mean? Oh no, the sky above our heads is really going to change this time. I heard from my old man that a lot of people died in the revolution 25 years ago. What should we do? Sigh. That's right. Not only that, I also heard that the people from 25 years ago didn't die completely. There was a wet nurse by the late Crown Prince's side who survived. She personally said that the late emperor didn't die of a chronic illness, but was poisoned to death. Say, could it be that His Majesty is also? Just as this group of people was discussing with great vigor and interest, a group of young Qingwai rushed over with weapons in their hands. Seeing this group of rebellious people covered their heads and scurried away like rats. Countless weapons fell on their necks like celestial soldiers. Inside the Phoenix Algae Palace, after hearing about this matter, Empress Chao's original plan immediately disappeared. Her expression suddenly changed, and she was unable to restrain her anger. These ants dare to point fingers at this empress. Preposterous. Preposterous. She narrowed her eyes and guessed the crux of the matter. It must be that Xiahou Qing, in order to force this empress to hand over Ning Shu, he deliberately did this. He wants to use this to force this empress to submit? In his dreams, someone sent a message to the sixth prince. Whoever in the capital dares to talk about the Son of Heaven will be treated as cursing the Son of Heaven. They will be punished for treason and thrown into prison. If necessary, kill one to warn 100. This empress wants to see how many people aren't afraid of death. Kaibin timidly lowered her head and said, "Reporting to your highness, a message has come from His Highness the Sixth Prince, saying that he did exactly that. However, in just half a day, the prison is already overcrowded. His Highness the Sixth Prince is worried that if he continues to be arrested, there will be no place to imprison him. His Highness the Sixth Prince wants to ask your Highness what to do." Chapter 704. What should I do? What should I do? Chao Ho's expression changed a few times. She flicked her sleeves and said angrily, "You can't even handle such a small matter. What use do I have for you, trash?" 7 or 8 pairs of knees fell to the ground. "Forgive me, Empress." Chao Ho was extremely annoyed. She flicked her sleeves and dismissed these people. She closed her eyes and leaned back on the phoenix chair. She rubbed her temples with her gloved fingers for a long time. Suddenly, she laughed, a cold arc at the corner of her mouth. She muttered as if she was cursing, Xiao Qing, when you were still in that slut's belly, you were bent on going against me. You almost caused me to lose everything. From the moment you were born, you were a thorn in my flesh, a demon in my heart. That slut thought she could use a trick to secretly send you out of the palace and hide you in that place in Cloud Swallow State. Then she could rest easy? Dream on? These past few years, this consort has spent every day and night, every morning and every night thinking about how to torture you so that this consort can vent the anger in her heart. You know, the more I hate you in my heart, the kinder and warmer I smile at you on the surface. It was all in order to wait for the arrival of today. Finally, the fruit that I personally watered and brewed has ripened. You want to fight with this consort? Then let's see who will be the final winner. I, Chao Wenyu, have never been defeated in my life. Her icy cold laughter resounded softly in this spacious hall, like a vulture circling above the battlefield, flapping its wings. Her pair of eyes that were as black as the abyss were ferociously and greedily guarding the ongoing battle. Flesh and blood splattered everywhere as she gorged herself. This is impossible. For more than 20 years, even when he learned that he had been kissed by the plum blossom, Xiao Qing had never lost his composure like this. But now his mind was in turmoil. One wave after another came crashing down on him, overturning his entire world. If the person who told him everything was Xiao Shu's mother and Princess Xian, he would have already left in a huff. He would have ordered Josie Tian when to gag her, so that she could not speak another word. This is impossible. He repeated it again and almost found it laughable. Princess, I came here today to save Xiao Shu. I don't know why you made up this excuse. If you think you can fool me with this, forgive me for taking my leave. After Xiao Qing finished speaking, he turned around and left. Under his wide, moon-white sleeves, he clenched his fists so tightly that the veins on the back of his hands were visible. Wait! Looking at the pale child in front of her, Xian hesitated to speak. In all fairness, she had never hated this child. She even admired him. Such a talented and ambitious young man, as dazzling as the sun in the middle of the sky, as gentle as the moon in the middle of the night. Who wouldn't favor him after seeing him? Who wouldn't love him? Who wouldn't sigh inwardly for his blinded eyes and broken wings? If he wasn't him and was just an ordinary child, even if he was the son of a farmer, she would gladly hand over her beloved daughter to him. Unfortunately, fate made fools of people. She took a deep breath and slowly walked in front of Xiao Qing. Her eyes were filled with indescribable love and pity. Heir, I know you can't believe it when you hear this. However, I dare to swear in the name of my children that if what I just said is false, my children will die a horrible death. I accidentally got involved in the matter back then. You are indeed the child that the late consort Jiang entrusted to the Prince of Nanping, because I am the one who sent your swaddling clothes to the Prince of Nanping. Chapter 705. Secrets were secrets, because they were afraid of sunlight. Once they were forcefully pulled out of the darkness and placed under the light, they would become thousands of iron and ice blades that would cover the sky and earth. They would pierce a person's heart into a sieve that could leak air everywhere and could not be sewn back together. Xiao Qing had once thought that after reaching this point, there was nothing in the world that he would be afraid of. Unexpectedly, there was when a maze he had never thought of slowly unraveled in front of him. It was related to the blood flowing in his body, the beliefs he had always held, and the things he trusted the most in his flesh and blood. The great shock instantly drowned him and swept him into a boundless ocean, struggling up and down. This was a great joke. He laughed. Absurd, absurd, the greatest absurdity in the world. The Shitsi of the Nanping Wang Fu, the future master in the eyes of the millions of people in Yunnan province, actually did not have the blood of the Xiao family flowing in his body. The parents he had called for more than 20 years were not his birth parents. Everything that he had believed from the moment he was able to tell the truth was actually an illusion. The foundation under his feet crumbled, and his beliefs turned to dust. Then when the name Xiao Qing was shattered, who was he? Who was he? In an instant, Xiao Qing's feet faintly swayed like a mountain on the verge of collapsing. But he stubbornly steadied himself with his heels on the ground. Because he was him. Regardless of whether he called that name or not, the pride in his bones would not allow him to be a coward who surrendered without a fight on the battlefield. Xian looked at him with eyes full of reluctance. She felt like she was an executioner. Even if she didn't want to wave her hands, fate pushed her, pulled her, and forced her. She had no other choice. Shitsi is talented and intelligent. You are the best in both ancient and modern times. You must have heard about the things that happened in the palace in the past and have been smothered to death. For example, when I was young, I was chosen to be Princess Mingjia's playmate and grew up in the Phoenix Algae Palace. Another example is the old matter between the late imperial concubine Jiang and the emperor and the current empress. It is similar to what is said outside. 22 years ago, because the emperor had been on the throne for 3 years without an heir, imperial concubine Jiang and Empress Chao became pregnant one after another. There was a great debate in court about the matter of the legitimate eldest son. Afterwards, Empress Chao gave birth to a stillbirth, and imperial concubine Jiang was poisoned to death. Everyone thought that the matter had come to an end if I hadn't seen it with my own eyes. Back then, I was only 10 years old. Because of a serious illness, I lost all my memories. Every day, I lived in a daze, not knowing how big the world was. What fight for the position of the head of the family? What birth of a noble? None of that has anything to do with a silly little girl like me. Even the death knell from the palace could not enter my ears. Because of my inexplicable illness, every once in a while, I would go to the meditation room on the mountain to recite Buddhist scriptures to recuperate. I would stay there for 3 to 5 days to seek the protection of the Dharma. That day, when I had just left Mount Shangdi, the axle of the carriage suddenly broke down halfway up the mountain. We had no choice but to wait for the coachman to repair it, and then continue our journey. They waited until the sky turned dark. The terrain of Zyanka Mountain was very steep. Apart from the 1st and 15th day of the month, there were not many people here. The night sky was gloomy and there were no stars or moon, making it even gloomier. I was afraid. As soon as the coachman repaired the carriage, I ordered them to set out. I didn't expect to run into the little palace maid who was holding an infant and covered in blood. It was too dark. I couldn't count how many wounds she had, but I knew she was about to die. She cried and wailed, her forehead hitting the ground. She gave you to me in your swaddling clothes. At the same time, she gave me a letter and a secret that no one knew. She was the only daughter of the scholar of Guanwen Pavilion. She was the childhood sweetheart of His Majesty. However, not many people knew that in her youth, imperial concubine Jiang had not only attracted His Majesty. She was also close friends with the young prince of Nanping. They had met through books and formed a bond through books. Even though they were thousands of li apart, they had never stopped talking through books. Perhaps in the past, if His Majesty had not insisted on having imperial concubine Jiang enter the palace, the ending would have been different. However, there were some things that no one could say for sure. From the little palace maid's brief parting words, I learned that imperial concubine Jiang was not a stupid person. When she was still lying on the bed in labor and found out that Empress Chao had given birth to a stillborn, she had a premonition of what would be waiting for her child. Based on Empress Chao's nature, she would not let her child live. So she lay in that great pain, and with tears in her eyes, she planned a future for her child. Chapter 706. It was as if no matter how soul-stirring, terrifying, and horrifying he had experienced all those years ago, when he was brought up again many years later, those dangers and dangers that surrounded him were like a sieve that had been hit by time, covered in a thick layer of dust, and became dull and sparse. Back then, Consort Jiang, who had been lying on the bed in labor with difficulty, had foreseen her child's future in a short moment. The underworld knife had already been raised high above her head. In order to save her life, a leopard cat swapped the crown prince in a hurry. The pitiful leopard cat had come out of nowhere and was taking its last breath. The serving girl, who had risked her life to send the crown prince out of the towering cage to repay her kindness. However, the friend who had entrusted the crown prince to her was far away and had not yet arrived. Before she died, the heavily injured serving girl could only entrust the crown prince to an ignorant young girl. The young girl was terrified. She looked at the blood-soaked, swaddling clothes. She looked at the hot tears in the serving girl's eyes before she died. She also saw the barking of dogs and the light of the fire slowly moving in from the distance. She hesitated. The baby was so quiet under the moonlight. It seemed that just a few days after being born, it had already calmly accepted its fate of being a vagrant for the rest of its life. In the end, compassion defeated fear. That was perhaps the first brave thing she had done in her life. All the lanterns were extinguished. She took the baby and the letter from the dead. Then, she listened to the serving girl's dying orders and pushed her body down the cliff to lure away the hunting dogs. The carriage was also abandoned and hidden in the bushes. 3 of the most loyal servants and a 13-year-old girl were running for their lives under the icy moonlight while holding the blood-stained baby. Of course, she didn't dare return to the manor. There were many eyes and ears in the temple, so the young girl didn't dare go anywhere. In the end, she thought of an abandoned meditation room in the back of the mountain. She held the baby and hid there for a full 5 days, enduring hunger and fear. Even in the darkest night, she didn't dare close her eyes. Finally, she waited for the news that the Prince of Nanping had entered the capital. The fear, hiding, probing, and searching were too cumbersome. Putting aside those, when the child was finally handed over to the young Prince of Nanping, both the young girl and the young man's eyes were red and tears flowed silently. A quick meeting was a long journey. The young girl carried such a huge secret in her heart. No one dared to speak of it, no one dared to mention it. She had hidden it for 20 years until she became a mother. Today she could finally let it out. After she finished speaking, she closed her eyes and let out a long sigh. It was as if the heavy shackles on her body had finally been loosened, allowing her to relax a little. If you still don't believe me, maybe there's something that can make you believe it. Her voice was very tired. You should be carrying a small piece of finger bone with you, about 1 inch long. Maybe you've been curious about where it came from. Today I'll tell you. That palace maid kowtowed to me before she died and cut off a piece from her hand. That was her plea to me and my promise to her. When I gave you to the Queen of Nanping, I put you in your swaddling clothes. I hope that you can always be protected by her soul. I also hope that you can sense that someone once lost her life to protect you. At this point, there were many things that no longer needed to be doubted. The black cloth in front of his eyes was unknowingly stained by something. Xiao Qing stood there for a long time. In the largest courtyard of the Duke's manor, there was no one around except for the few of them. Above his head was a huge camphor tree. It was verdant and lush, benevolent and compassionate, protecting him under its reflection. The finger bone that he had played with for more than 20 years. When he was young, it was a toy, and when he grew up, it helped him calm his heart. Xiao Qing didn't speak. Chapter 707. Actually, it wasn't like he didn't have any premonition. Ever since he was a child, the woman he called mother had rarely been close to him. His impression of her was that she was always sick, worried, and unhappy. She lived alone in the bamboo garden far away from the prince's estate. She would only return to the estate once in a while for some important festivals or celebrations. When Xiao Qing was young, he had not yet developed the heart of 7 orifices. Relying on the fact that he was only 3 or 4 years old, he always pestered his father to take him to see his mother. But the answer he received was that his mother wasn't feeling well and needed to rest, so he couldn't disturb her. He would be able to see her during the Changwan festival 3 months later, so he had to wait patiently. So he waited every day, patiently and anxiously. He waited when he was sleeping, he waited when he was in the horse stance, he waited when he was distracted by his studies, and he waited when the teacher hit his palm. Finally, the day of reunion arrived. Halfway through the riding lesson, he ran off. He put on the frost-colored clothes that his father said his mother loved the most, and sat on the doorstep to wait. He waited and waited. Finally, amidst the crowd of officials and family members who had come to celebrate, he saw his mother's carriage. She was a very elegant woman. She was as beautiful and cold as the other estate she lived in. Even though it was a rare opportunity to see him, she wasn't as excited and happy as his mother. Instead, she looked at him from afar, looking at his agitation, looking at his desire, looking at his sincere attachment. Her pair of cold eyes revealed an expression that was neither happy nor sad. That expression was too complicated, as if tears were about to gush out from her eyes at any time. Just that one look was enough to stop Xiao Qing's impulse to throw himself at her. In the past, he had tried to tell himself that perhaps his mother's temperament was like this. Some people just loved to be lively, while others were used to living in isolation. Some people expressed their love with words, while others were used to burying it deep in their hearts. His mother just happened to belong to the latter category. She didn't say it, but she was still his mother. Thus, every time he fell ill, his father would be the only one to help him through it. He didn't care. When he was 10 years old, he was suddenly poisoned. The first flower petal grew on his neck, and he lost his sense of smell. His mother only found out a few days later, but he didn't care. As for him accidentally falling off while riding a horse, or burning his fingers while cooking longevity noodles for her on her birthday. In the end, she didn't even touch the noodles, and they slowly turned cold and dry until they became hard. He didn't care at all. Only once. It was his first time leading an army in his early 16 years old. He was seriously injured on the White Wolf Mountain and had a high fever. His life was in danger. His mother came late and reached out her hand to gently stroke his head. Just once, it was so fast that it was almost undetectable. It was enough to make his eyes brim with tears. It was enough to pull him back to the human world from the gates of the underworld. Just that one time, and only one time, was enough for him to reminisce about for several years. But in the silence after the aftertaste, there was a speculation that he didn't dare to face directly fermenting silently. Until today, he was forced to the edge of the cliff and had no choice but to accept it. So that's how it is. That's how it is. Xiao Qing faintly pulled up the corner of his mouth, full of self-mockery. Looking at his pale face, he was still holding on. Princess Xian's eyes were already filled with tears. Child, I'm telling you this today, not to provoke you to take revenge for your mother and go against the Empress. Instead, you should know your own history, and you should know that you are in a trap. Admittedly, I really hope that you can bring my daughter back, but you were once a child that I held in my arms. I can't be so selfish and watch you die. Chapter 708. Child, no matter what, I hope you can live well. Princess Xian's last words were like a drop of water falling into the silent lake. waking up Xiahou Qing, who had closed his eyes and allowed himself to fall to the bottom of the lake. In such a short period of time, he seemed to have walked on the edge of life and death. He let out a deep sigh, waved his sleeves, and drilled out of the water. Xiahou Qing took a step back, his hands clasped together, his left leg bent, and his right knee on the ground. He delivered the gratitude that was more than 20 years late. Many thanks to Princess for saving my life that year. This junior is endlessly grateful. He smiled with a pale face. It's just that I have the kiss of the plum blossom. I will definitely die, so I don't care about living well. Princess, don't worry. I saved Xiao Shu not to repay kindness or revenge, but because of her. If I can bring her out of the devil's claws before my soul returns, then this junior can die without regrets. Princess Xin was already sobbing. She staggered and helped him up. What nonsense are you talking about? How can you definitely die? There is an antidote for the kiss of the plum blossom. This sentence was completely subconscious. When it came out, everyone present was shocked, including herself. Xiahou Qing's palm suddenly clenched. Shi Yin was eager to save his master and couldn't wait to interrupt. So there's an antidote for the kiss of the plum blossom? What is it? Princess, please save my master. This servant kowtows and begs. Xin panicked. She didn't know where her words came from. It was as if there was a voice buried in the deepest part of her memory. It didn't speak much, but it always existed. I don't know. I don't remember what happened when I was young, but I seem to have heard someone say that there is an antidote. I don't remember the specific way. I'm sorry. She pressed her head and forced herself to recall, but the door to her memory was locked. After so many years of wind and rain, a thick layer of rust had formed. She couldn't open it no matter how hard she tried. The result of forcing herself to recall was that she would destroy herself. The chaotic pain made her scream and convulse. Ningdun rushed over to hold her and forcibly interrupted her. Xiner, stop. Don't think about it. Do you hear me? You'll drive yourself to death first. Ning Diyuan shouted loudly, but it was useless. Seeing that she was about to faint, he had no other choice but to clench his teeth and chop her unconscious first. Opening her lips, Ningdian found that blood had seeped out between her teeth. Covered in cold sweat, Ningdian held the Xian in his arms and said to Xiahou Qing, during the chaos in the palace, someone forcefully erased her memory. Over the years, she tried several times to force herself to remember, but the result was the same every time. Before she could recall anything, she had already tortured herself half to death. Xiahou Qing said, ever since I was 10 years old, when the poison started to act up, I convinced myself not to force it. Even if there was a solution, it must be in the hands of the Empress. Whether you have it or not, it doesn't matter to me. Today, many thanks to your Highness for clearing my doubts. I can die without regrets. Xiahou Qing bowed respectfully. Without saying anything else, he turned around and left. Ning Diyuan worriedly said from behind, what are you going to do? You won't. Uncle, you don't have to call me heir in the future. I don't have the qualifications to be called that. You don't have to worry about me doing anything impulsive. I know who I am, and I know what I can do and what I can't. There are hundreds of people in the House of Duke, and they all need you to take care of them. Your Highness, old madam, and can't do without you. So the one who really shouldn't be rash is you. I swear on my life's faith that I will return Xiao Shu to you safely. Goodbye. Chapter 709. 1, 2, 3, 10, 20, 50, 67, 68. The eunuch's ear-piercing counting was accompanied by the muffled sound of the metal rod hitting human flesh. It circled back and forth in the empty space in front of Fu Ning Palace. The sound drilled into people's ears, making people's hair stand on end. Tan Siwei was pressed down on a specially made metal stool like a dead fish. At first, he would grit his teeth and muffled groans. He even had the strength to raise his head and count Chao Ho's 10 major crimes. This caused the eunuch to scold him and beat him even more fiercely. But now, There was only dripping blood coming from the corner of his clothes and gathering at the indentation on the bricks, forming a small puddle. He had long since stopped breathing, leaving only the tips of his fingers that would occasionally tremble when the iron staff swung down. Xiaobin reached out and frowned. He sighed and hurriedly ran into the main hall. He probed, "Nyang Nyang, little Tan Darren is almost out of breath. If the beating continues, I'm afraid he really will die here today. The Supreme Court's Feng Darren has already sent in a few memorials. I'm afraid they all want to plead for little Tan Darren." Chao Ho continued to grind the ink stick in his hand. He sneered without raising his head. Wasn't he shouting fiercely just now? "What do you mean by, I have a good heart? Even if I die 9 times, I have no regrets. What do I have to say if the sky is clear and bright? And that dog has the guts to fabricate this palace's 10 major crimes, saying that this palace plotted to kill His Majesty and have His Majesty sentence this palace to death? He's still wet behind the ears, an inexperienced child. Today, this palace will fulfill his wish and let him be a good ghost. As for Feng Zheng, I originally thought that he was someone who knew how to adapt to the current situation. I didn't expect that he would suddenly have a brain cramp when he's old and about to retire. Then let him wait at the palace gates. This consort wants to see how long that bag of bones can stand." At the side, Tianzhe Emperor's hand that was moving the brush paused. He almost drew Chao Ho's eyes crooked. However, this pause was only for a short moment. When Chao Ho looked over, he continued to move the brush like a moving statue. "Yes, this servant obeys." Xiaobin silently clenched his fists under his sleeves. He lowered his head and retreated step by step. Outside the hall, the sound of the execution continued to ring out. From 100 to 120 strokes, another 20 strokes were made. This time, Tan Siwei's fingertips wouldn't even tremble. Zhao Bin's heart was burning with anxiety, but there was nothing he could do. Now that he thought about it, even his master, who ruled the world, was being controlled by someone else. What ability did he have to protect this hothead? Perhaps this was called fate, and he was destined to face a calamity. Tan Siwei also seemed to have a premonition that death was approaching. The lifeless dead fish suddenly regained consciousness and opened its eyes. From its throat full of sand, it spat out the 2 words that it was most obsessed with, "Father." He smiled bitterly. The closer he was to death, the clearer his mind became. All the things he had experienced in the past 20 years flashed through his mind. There was his mother who lived in chains, his big brother who loved to dance and laugh, his little sister who always cried secretly at night, and his father who only sighed at him. What a failure. As his son, he had never received his affirmation, not even a nod or a word of praise. After the invoice table, he turned without a word and walked through the empty door. From beginning to end, he didn't even look at him. Perhaps he didn't have any expectations of him from beginning to end. Otherwise, he was about to die. Why didn't his father come to see him one last time? There was no need to plead. Just seeing him once would have been good enough. Tan Siwei. Oh, Tan Siwei, in this life, your loved ones have all left you one by one. You can't save those you love. You don't deserve them. And you don't need to talk about respect. Disappointment, disappointment, disappointment. Fine, that's it. In the end, Tan Siwei pulled the corners of his mouth and his heart and closed his eyes. When his thoughts were severed and the last strand of spider silk was about to be severed, a young eunuch suddenly flew toward the palace and called out loudly, "Your Majesty, Your Highness." Not good, Prime Minister Tan. No, it's the former Grand Secretary, Sir Tan, who has come out of the temple. He brought a large group of retired officials and is kneeling at the palace gates, asking to see Your Majesty. With him are 23 officials from the Supreme Court, Sir Song from the Ministry of Rights, Sir Zhou from the Ministry of War, Sir Wei from the Jingji government, and so on. There's also the heir of the Prince of Nanping, Xiahou Qing. Chapter 710. Nearly 100 officials knelt in front of the Meridian Gate. Most of them had white hair and were either former or current officials. The momentum was so great that it was unheard of since the founding of the country. This was especially true for the prime minister, who had the highest reputation among the people. Not long after, it attracted many people to look from outside the gate. As more and more people gathered, even the guards were unable to chase them away. In Funing Palace, the half-grinded ink block in Chao Ho's hand fell onto the inkstone. The ink splattered onto the portrait of Chao Ho that the Heaven Choice Emperor was drawing. In the end, the painting was destroyed. Seeing this, Chao Ho's brows moved, and she became even more furious. Rebel. Rebel. They are rebelling. What is the meaning of this? Are they trying to force me to abdicate in front of everyone? How dare he? That old man, Tan Shuan. I've already shown him mercy by not exterminating his entire family on account of his loyalty to the country. But he actually dares to cause such a ruckus. Men, chop his head off. I want his head right now. Zhao Bin was scared out of his wits and scrambled over. Empress, please reconsider. Although Tan Shuan has been removed from his position, his reputation among the people was not built up in a day or two. If you really behead him, I'm afraid the people will resent you. The palace servants all boldly tried to persuade her. Chao Ho was so angry that her vision darkened and her temples bulged. The palace servants quickly helped her to sit down. Chao Ho paused for a moment before opening her eyes. She sneered, "This must be the work of that Tan and Xiao Qing. One is saving his son, and the other is saving his sweetheart. They really put in a lot of effort. Those rumors in the capital must have come from Xiao Qing. They want to use the mouths of the people to kill me." Feng Zheng, Wei Zaicheng, Song Beiyin. This empress remembers all of them. Even the Zhou family is trying to fish in troubled waters. Your Majesty, it seems like your youngest and most obedient son is also coveting your throne. After pretending to be an emotionless mouthpiece for several days, Tianze Emperor slowly put down the writing brush in his hand and said flatly and stiffly, "Back then, Zhen also had other thoughts. That was why Zhen ascended the throne with the help of the empress. Now that this son has grown up, no matter how much this empress fantasized about living as long as the heavens, it is just a fantasy. I can't be the emperor forever. At this point, I have already accepted my fate. No matter who succeeds the throne, it is out of my control. The empress should be able to understand." Understanding? Chao Ho found it extremely funny, laughing so hard that she couldn't even care about her bearing. "Did I hear wrongly just now? You actually want me to understand?" His Majesty was indeed His Majesty. After so many years of acting so dignified, he had become a mask. What a good, not something you can control. If I didn't get your hint, just based on the fact that Xiao Yunjin wasn't the son of the first wife, he 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 wasn't the son of the first wife. Our Majesty is truly an expert at wiping out people's hearts. Even I was almost fooled. Your Majesty, why don't you tell me who you're going to order to go against me next? After his mask was exposed, the muscles on Heaven's Choice Emperor's face trembled imperceptibly. He continued to speak without any surprise. What is the Empress saying? Ever since Zhen fell ill, Zhen's spirit has not been as good as before. Zhen cannot leave the Empress medicine for a moment. How would she have the energy to do that? The Empress is overthinking it. Chao Ho raised her head and laughed. Overthinking it? It was because I thought too little in the past that I fell into your trap again and again. My good Majesty, do you really think I can't guess who you are secretly paving the way for? When you were also hit by the kiss of the plum blossom, you probably already guessed it. Xiao Qing's blood flows in your body. Chapter 711. An awl rudely pierced through the window paper. The painted piece crumbled to dust. Heaven's Choice Emperor's expressionless face cracked open. Even someone as emotionless as him couldn't help but be shocked. She had personally forced him to lose his composure. Empress Chao glanced at him, carefree and sorrowful. With a wave of her sleeve, she sent out all the palace servants who were paralyzed on the ground in fear. She turned around and didn't look at Heaven's Choice Emperor. Instead, she numbly looked out the dazzling window. Jiang Chizu claimed to be the most talented woman in the capital. In the end, didn't she think she was smart and laughed her head off? In order to protect her son, she didn't hesitate to play the fool. She didn't care about her past image and sent her son to the distant Cloud Swallow province. Did she think she could fool Ben Gong's eyes like this? In her dreams. In the first 10 years, Ben Gong didn't act in order to make her lower her guard. It was only when she thought that she could finally sit back and relax that Ben Gong gave her a heavy blow to the top of her head. Your Majesty, I'm afraid you can never imagine how wonderful her expression was when she found out the flesh and blood of her beloved had been kissed by the plum blossom. Ha ha. At the beginning, she pretended to be crazy. In the end, she really went crazy. Don't you think it's funny? Then why? Heaven's Choice Emperor clenched his fists, clearly suppressing himself. Didn't you just kill him? Empress Chao's laughter suddenly stopped. Her face was as gloomy as iron. Even the most dazzling sunlight of summer didn't dare approach her. Kill him? In your dreams. That bastard, from the beginning of his existence, he has embarrassed Ben Gong. When he was born, he cursed Ben Gong's only flesh and blood to death. With such a deep grudge, Ben Gong won't give him a quick death. 3 years, 5 years, 10 years, Ben Gong will poison him bit by bit. The longer he lives in pain, the better. Ben Gong wants him to live in fear that has accumulated over time. Ben Gong wants him to fumble in the darkness, sink into despair. Ben Gong wants every inch of his skin to feel that there is even greater despair after despair, and even more torture after torture. If he was a bird, I would break his bones one by one. If he was a tiger, I would pull out his teeth one by one, until fear crushed and twisted him, turning him from a genius into a complete piece of trash. Just like how he is now. Against the light, she looked at her husband and said softly, Your Majesty, the son of the woman you love most is going to die before you. Ha! The Heaven's Choice Emperor's organs trembled, and a line of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. He staggered and fell into a soft chair, his eyes yellow. This emperor wants to know before I die, how did you obtain this poison? What agreement did Empress Zhou make with you before she died? Empress Chao took out a handkerchief and considerately walked behind him. She bent down and wiped away the red at the corner of his mouth. But it was unknown if it was because she didn't serve him well or something else, but it made the redness even worse. The Heaven's Choice Emperor closed his eyes in disgust. She wasn't the least bit annoyed and continued to speak in an unhurried tone. Actually, it's nothing much. She said that instead of bringing the poison to the grave with her, it's better to leave it in this world and continue to stir up trouble. Perhaps it could be used by me. Women always have to leave a way out for themselves. I originally thought that I wouldn't be able to use it. Even if I used it, it would be to get rid of a thorn in His Majesty's side. Who knew that it would be used like this? Ben Gong also didn't think that I would follow in her footsteps. Perhaps this is heaven's will. Chapter 712. When Xiaohou said those words, he was like a bystander. He was so calm that it was terrifying. Tianzhe Emperor looked with shock and disgust at this wife that he did not love, but was still his wife in name. It was like he had never met her before. So from a long time ago, the person who slept next to him was already disloyal to him. The more terrified he was, the happier Xiaohou felt. She said with a gentle smile, "Oh, right. There is something that Qinxie forgot to tell you. There is an antidote for the plum blossom kiss." Tianzhe Emperor's expression changed, and his fingers trembled. Chao Ho sneered at him and gave a distressed sigh. Qinxie is not that vicious. Qinxie can give you the antidote. But Qinxie is troubled because there is only one antidote in this world. You and your beloved son have been poisoned, so who should I give the antidote to? From excitement to anger. The Heaven's Choice Emperor, who had been toyed with, burned with anger. His extreme anger caused his teeth to chatter, and his gaze seemed to want to chew her to pieces. Poisonous woman. You poisonous woman. You want to force Jun and father to kill each other. Those words were too terrifying. So terrifying that Tianzhe Emperor clutched his chest. He could only take deep breaths to prevent himself from fainting. You want to see Jun and my son kill each other. I'll let you see it to your heart's content. Jun will tell you, impossible. Never. Never possible. Cough, 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 cough. Aya, your majesty has discovered this. Your majesty is truly wise. Chao Ho considerately leaned over and patted Tianzhe Emperor's back. She whispered in his ear, but my good majesty, you don't have to pretend to be deeply in love in front of Qinxie. It's true that you feel guilty towards the son of yours and favor him, just like how you have always been in love with that bitch Jiangshi. But compared to your life, what do they count for? That year, you clearly knew that Jiangshi was being tortured by Qinxie, but you did nothing. You just watched as Qinxie tortured her to death. When she was completely dead, you came to this consort to fight for justice. Your Majesty, Qinxie feels tired for you. So, stop acting like a loving father and son. In your heart, the one you love the most will always be yourself. Sound was poison. Instead of fighting poison with poison, Heaven's Volition Emperor's heart was poisoned. His face stiffened as he spat out a mouthful of blood. Chao Ho's heart ached, and he hurriedly tried to console her. But the closer she got, the more his hair stood on end. She took out a handkerchief embroidered with dragons and phoenixes and gently wiped the blood from the corner of Heaven's Choice Emperor's mouth. Heaven's Choice Emperor had nowhere to hide and could only let the voice soaked in poison slowly and gently whisper in his ear, "Your Majesty should take care of yourself. The situation outside still needs you to take care of it." Since those old men led by Tan Shiyuan came looking for an explanation, then Ben Gong will give it to them. 3 days later, His Majesty and I will host a summer banquet in Weiyang Palace to entertain the officials to eliminate the misunderstandings in their hearts. As for that brat surnamed Tan, consider him lucky. Ben Gong will let him go for now. Have someone carry him out of the palace. He will be exiled for 3,000 li and will not be able to take half a step into Jing. After the summer banquet, Qinxie will hand over the antidote to the Plum Blossom Kiss. However, Your Majesty must do one thing for Qinxie. Qinxie will personally watch you kill Xiahou Qing at the summer banquet. Chapter 713. When the vicious sun gradually moved west, the third old official who knelt at the palace gate had already fainted. The palace gate finally opened, and a bright yellow imperial edict leisurely came out from inside, announcing that the emperor was safe and sound, and that all the rumors were malicious. 3 days later, the Weiyang Palace would hold a banquet for all the officials, and at that time, everyone would be given an explanation. Along with this imperial edict, there was also a badly mutilated figure that was carried on a wooden board, and blood was still dripping onto the ground. Tan Shiyuan stumbled over, and when his trembling fingers checked that there was still a trace of mayfly energy left in him, his red eyes fiercely closed, and a tear slid down from the corner of his eye, returning to the suffering world. The palace servant didn't care about his late father's filial piety, and was wholeheartedly concerned about the Empress's imperial edict, and hurriedly said, "This servant is under the orders of the Emperor and the Empress to immediately send little Tandarin out of the capital for 3,000 miles, and will never step half a step into the capital for the rest of his life. Old Tandarin, please make way, and don't make things difficult for us." Tan Shiyuan said in shock, "My son is so injured. Immediately exiling him is asking for his life." The palace servant shook his head and said, "Little Tandarin offended his superiors, fabricated rumors, and slandered Feng Yin, causing a storm in the city and the court to be unstable. The Empress is already being kind by sparing his life, so Lord Tan should be content. If you continue to cause trouble, then Master Tan Xiao may really only have a dead end. It's better to quickly arrange for a godly doctor and this servant to accompany him, so that he can be treated in time along the way. Otherwise, even if little Tan Darren doesn't die, he will be crippled for life. Tan Shiwan looked at his remaining flesh and blood, and his boiling hot tears filled the gullies on his face. But at such an urgent time, where should this old man go to find a godly doctor? Can I trouble you to make an exception and give this old man some time? At least let this old man ensure that my son's life is not in danger, and then send him on his way, okay? The palace servant cried out. How can this be? The Empress has given a death order. You must leave the city before the sun sets. Otherwise, this servant will lose his head together. He had once saved the lives of countless people, but when it came to himself, he was forced to watch as his true love, flesh, and blood left his side one by one. Great sorrow swallowed him up. Prime Minister Tan, who had once been revered by tens of thousands of people, couldn't care about anything else at this moment. He held onto the door tightly, not letting them take away his son. The palace servants rushed over and pried his hand away. Xiao Qing pushed the palace servants away with a palm strike. He crouched beside Tan Shiwan and advised in a low voice, Empress Chao has already reached her bottom line by releasing them. Rather than staying in this treacherous and dangerous capital, perhaps it is safer outside. As for the godly doctor, if Huema was not injured, he would be the best candidate. However, even he was bedridden and his future was uncertain. Xiao Qing paused mid-sentence. The sorrow in his heart was the same as Tan Shiwan's. I'll go. Just as they were at a loss, a soft female voice came from afar, panting as if she had rushed all the way. It was none other than the only female doctor in charge of the capital, Xin Yan. Because she had made it in time, half of her hair had loosened, and it hung messily on her cheeks. The simple dress she was wearing was gilded under the setting sun, and the tears in her eyes were also rippling with gold. The moment he saw his beloved daughter, Wei Zhe-chung immediately crawled up from the ground and sighed bitterly. AI, AI, AI. You wretched lass, you wretched lass. Father has already promised you to plead for this boy. What are you doing here? Father is begging you, go back. Don't meddle in this muddy water. Do you want Father to kneel down and beg you? Come, come, come. Father will kowtow to you. Chapter 714. Before Ziqing could bend his knees, Xin Yan had already kowtowed heavily in front of him. Once, twice, 3 times, the sound was like thunder, smashing on the green bricks that had been eroded by wind and rain and trampled on millions of times. Although you've always been angry with me, complaining that I've defied the secular world, ignored the principles, and insisted on practicing medicine. Because of this, you've threatened to sever your relationship with me several times. However, I know that you love me very much in your heart. You stopped me from practicing medicine because it was an extremely difficult path. Not only did you ask for trouble, but it was also very easy to be pointed at and become a laughingstock in the eyes of others. Since I was young, I grew up in the palm of your hand like a pearl and jade. The last thing you wanted to see was me being bullied and looked down upon by others. Your daughter knows that countless times when your daughter was in the clinic, you would stand far away outside the clinic and quietly watch your daughter without saying a word. You would stand there for a long time and then leave with a sigh. I also know that there were occasionally some hooligans who came to pick a fight and took the opportunity to disrespect me. Father, it was you who secretly took care of those people for me. I also know that there was a shortage of medicinal materials in the clinic for a while, and it was almost unable to continue operating. It was you who secretly approved and gave us a way out. I know all of this. I know all of it. I have no way to repay Father's kindness. I kowtow to you." Transparent tears flowed down her cheeks and fell to the ground in big drops. Looking at her swollen forehead and red eyes, Shunziqing's heart ached. He hurriedly reached out to pull her up from the ground. "My baby daughter, my sweetheart, get up quickly. You're going to die of heartache." However, Xunyan shook her head and refused. She took a step back and kowtowed 3 more times. She looked in Tan Siwei's direction and sobbed. She said stubbornly, "Your daughter is unfilial. This time, I will go against you again. This time, I want to go with him." Shunziqing had aged 5 years in a short day. Wilted Old Tree also hesitated. "If you go with him, your reputation will be ruined. Moreover, he is seriously injured and his life is unknown. If he can't make it, do you want to entrust the rest of your life to the unknown? Even if he is lucky enough to survive, he may not be willing to be responsible for you. My daughter, don't be stubborn. If you leave, how can I live?" Xun Yan's tears flowed. "It is because his life is unknown that I have to go with him. Otherwise, he won't even have a chance to live. From the moment I stepped out of the embroidery building and walked into the marketplace, I have long forgotten about my reputation. If I do my best and he still dies, then I will have no regrets." "If he doesn't die, he will be deeply grateful to me in the future. That daughter of his will be even more deserving of benevolence. In short, no matter what the result, I will accept it and never regret. All these years, your daughter has acted recklessly time and time again. It is precisely because I know that no matter what mistakes your daughter has made, no matter what willful things your daughter has done, in the end, you will always forgive me and tolerate me. So, your daughter has made things difficult for you time and time again, including this time as well. Since you have indulged your daughter for so many years, please indulge your daughter once more. I beg you, father." After kowtowing 3 times, she kowtowed 3 times. The sound of her kowtowing was not on the bricks in front of her, but on the heart of a parent. Shunziqing had nothing else to say. He could only turn his head and raise his hand to cover his face. Silly child. Parents always seem to be like this. No matter how fierce and domineering they looked, they would still be defeated by their children in the end. Perhaps the moment parents became parents, they were destined to give in for a lifetime. Chapter 715. Tan Shiyuan was speechless, so he could only bow and solemnly make a promise to Qin Ziqing. "Lord Qin, rest assured, as long as my son is lucky enough to survive, this old man will take him to the wedding hall and marry your daughter, taking care of her for the rest of her life." However, Xin Yin frowned and bit her lip. "Uncle's words are wrong. My stubbornness this time is because of my benevolence as a doctor. I can't bear to see young Master Tan's pure character die at such a young age. Secondly, it is to resolve the obsession in my heart." She wiped away her tears and looked at Xiahou Qin. "A friend once said to me, in this world, there are thousands of men and women, so it is not difficult to have a good impression of a person. In the process, it is not a big deal to be sad, hurt, or disappointed. Don't take it to heart. Just kick him away, wipe your tears, eat a good meal, and have a good sleep. But if you wholeheartedly believe in someone, it is very likely that you will not meet a second person for 9 lifetimes. Then it is completely different. Pride and face are nothing. Instead of sitting and waiting, it is better to boldly give it a try. If you win, you will be happy for a lifetime, and if you lose, you will have a clear conscience. If you give up without even trying, you will regret it for the rest of your life when you see him put on a wedding dress and ride a horse to marry another woman. It is because of this friend's words that I have the courage to come today. If young Master Tan really likes me and wants to spend the rest of his life with me, then I will consider it. If it is only to repay the kindness, I, Xin Yin, also have my own pride. I am not a woman who must be a man. I have tried what I should try, and I have also worked hard. I have a clear conscience. This is what I asked for." No one present had expected that she, who looked like a weak woman, would say such shocking words. so they all looked at her. Only Xiao Qing understood who she was referring to. His face showed obvious pain and longing, but at the same time, he was proud of his brave little Shu. Tan Shiyuan did not expect Xun Yin to be such a woman. With a guilty expression, he cupped his hands and bowed to her. This old man has underestimated young Miss Shun. This old man apologizes to you. Along the way, I'll leave my son in your care. Please accept this old man's respect. Under Shun Yan's stubbornness, she finally bid farewell to her father and set off with Tan Siwei. Shen Ziqing reluctantly saw them off until they left the city. When she brushed past Xiao Qing, after careful consideration, she said with sincerity, Shen Yan's ability is low, so I can't help you. This time I have to go first, but I really hope to see the day when Shitzi and Ningshu worship heaven and earth and entrust each other with their lives. With the black brocade covering his eyes, no one could see how his eyebrows moved when he heard these words. They could only see his lips curl up as he softly said, "Many thanks. I also hope that such a day will come." The setting sun in the capital was always filled with the intensity unique to the century-old capital. It was as if a fire had dyed the horizon crimson. At the same time, the buildings, mountains, and plants embedded in the horizon were all dyed in color, especially the imperial palace. The golden glazed tiles were coated with that red, and slowly dripped down the smooth tiles like blood, dripping with a chilling aura that was completely different from the bustling city. Under the long vermilion corridor, a little eunuch ran forward hurriedly with his head down and his hands in his hands. His eyes were like a rat that was used to the sewers, constantly looking around until he ran to Xiao Yuni, who had just entered the palace. "Your Highness, news just came that the Empress has decided to invite the court officials to a banquet with His Majesty in 3 days at Weiyang Palace to clarify the matter, quell the rumors, and give the court officials an explanation." Xiao Yuni was still wearing the peeping armor. After catching people for a day, his sweat had stuck the hair on his temples to his face. He took off the helmet and wiped his sweat. He did not feel annoyed, but said mockingly as if he was watching a joke, "Oh? It seems that Imperial Mother has been forced into a corner." Xiao Qing's series of small actions could be said to be pulling the carpet from under the cauldron. Imperial Mother originally wanted to kill Tan Siwei to scare the restless court officials. She did not expect that he would join forces with Tan Shiyuan to directly invite a group of extremely prestigious old officials over and force her to abdicate in front of everyone at the Meridian Gate. In addition to the rumors that had already spread in the city, as well as Xiao Yunsen and Xiao Yunjin who had been encouraged to fish in troubled waters, Imperial Mother was forced into a dead end. It seems that the most chaotic and final round is finally coming. Chapter 716. Fuzi, who do you think will get what they want in the end? Fuzi narrowed his eyes and put on a flattering smile. "Of course it's your highness." A smirk appeared on Xiao Yuni's lips as he turned around and walked up the stairs without saying anything. Chao Ho was still in Funing Palace, and Xiao Yuni walked through the Phoenix Algae Palace, avoiding Chao Ho's bedroom. He walked through a long and narrow corridor, opened the secret room, and stood in front of the water prison again. The sound of splashing water continued for days. The person who was tied up in the middle of the water prison was no longer in human shape. She hung there like a broken doll. Her limbs were limp, and her head hung low. The blood that flowed from her body dripped into the water and dyed half of the water a light red. He looked at her with a numb expression and turned on the mechanism like he felt nothing. He dragged her out and took out a 3-inch-long silver needle from the silver basin beside him, as usual. Her 5 senses were so slow that she did not notice when he came in. It was only when she felt the needle piercing into her bones from her back that she opened her eyes and screamed. However, her tongue had long been cut off. Even if she opened her mouth to the point of tearing, she would not be able to make a sound. Moreover, the continuous torment of the past few days had exhausted her essence, energy, and spirit. All that was left was a wrinkled skin bag, unable to squeeze out even the slightest bit of strength to struggle. She could only widen her protruding eyes and stare at him silently. As she stared at him, a large tear fell from the corner of her eye. In those eyes, there was pain, pleading, despair, and endless disappointment. It was like the last spark on the grassland that was about to be extinguished. It was extremely complicated. Being stared at by those eyes, Xiao Yunyi's heart froze, and he suddenly stopped there. But that was only for a moment. In the next moment, he had already recovered his emotionless heart. With a wooden face, he continued to stab the remaining needle into the flesh on her back. This was his daily homework. Under Chao Ho's orders, he had to come here every day to stab her with a silver needle when the sun and moon met. In order to keep her alive and make her suffer more, his hand naturally could not touch the vital organs in front of her. So the back, which had relatively fewer vital organs, became the best choice. At the same time, the needle was also coated with a life-saving drug. While torturing her, it also stretched her lungs to the maximum. When the sun and moon converged, it was the time when the effect of the aperture-leaving powder wore off. A sharp pain would directly pull her back to the painful reality from the boundless chaos. How delightful! Under this pain that was enough to pierce through the top of her head, she opened her blood-stained mouth and fainted from the pain. Pain, 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 pain. Let her die. Ning Shu woke up in this soul-shattering pain. She suddenly got up and opened her eyes in a daze as she gasped for breath. Her back was already soaked in cold sweat, and she still had lingering fear in her heart. She subconsciously got up from the wooden plank under her, wanting to get rid of the fear of this tight encirclement, but she had just taken a step when she was pressed back down by a hand. The owner of this hand was Xiao Yunyi. She opened her mouth, wanting to speak, but all that came out were gasps. She stood there in a daze and looked at him suspiciously. Xiao Yunyi squeezed her hand slowly and used the cloth to tie her back to the bed. After tying her up, he was afraid that the cloth would not be tight enough and she would break it like before, so he tied another one as a double insurance. He said indifferently, "Don't try. You won't be able to make a sound even if you squeeze your throat until it breaks. I've already given you a mute drug. Also, you better be obedient and don't waste your energy trying to escape. This is a secret room that I personally set up. There are many mechanisms around it. As long as you press one wrong button, you will be chopped into a sieve. You can try if you don't believe me." He casually picked up a soft pillow and threw it against the wall. Sure enough, there was a glaring silver light, and in an instant, the soft pillow was cut into countless pieces and slowly floated down in the air. Admiring Ning Shu's shocked expression, Xiao Yunyi smiled and leaned towards Ning Shu's ear to say, "Speaking of which, you have to thank me properly. If I didn't save you, the one who would be tortured in the water dungeon would be you, my good Shu." Chapter 717. What did you do? She widened her eyes, using all her strength to question him silently. Her last memory was still in the water dungeon. She was tied up and Xiao Yunyi was pinching her mouth like a devil, waving a knife at her. "Nothing much. I just heard about an old drama where a leopard cat was swapped for a crown prince. I had nothing to do, so I imitated it. Didn't you always mention a name called Fei Luan to me in the past, suspecting that I would have something with her? Now that I've used her to exchange for you, you can't doubt my sincerity towards you anymore." When Xiao Yunyi said these words, it could be said that he was very gentle. He purposely stuffed a few balls of soft cotton between her tied wrists and ankles to prevent her from feeling too much pain. In that life, because of Fei Luan, she lost her younger brother and fell into an endless hell. In this life, her fate was changed and Fei Luan was the one who suffered for her. But she didn't feel happy at all. Instead, she felt cold. With just a few words, he used a woman's life to exchange for another woman. Even if she was the one who benefited, this sincerity made her hair stand on end. But no matter how much she wanted to say in her heart, she couldn't make a single sound at this moment. She could only listen as the man in front of her bent down. He was extremely close to her, so close that there was only a finger's distance between them. Even their breaths intertwined. He raised his fingertips and gently tidied up the messy strands of hair on her cheeks. He said, "You want to ask why I didn't simply save you until the end and let you go. Instead, I trapped you in this secret room to do something, right? Take a guess." "I've told you more than once that I, Xiao Yuni, only love you in this life, but you never believe me. You either use some ridiculous past and present life to brush me off, or put you and the world together, forcing me to choose one of the two. In the past, I always thought that the person who understood me the most in this world would definitely be you. I didn't think that even you didn't understand me. It's all right. Since you don't believe me, I'll show you. It's true that I'm determined to get this world, but I'll never let you go. I want to have both the fish and the bear's paw." 3 days later, Empress Mother would invite all the officials to a banquet. At that time, the fog would disperse and the general situation would be settled. "After I capture everything in the palm of my hand, it will be the day you regain your freedom. Before that, I can only troubleshoot or to stay here obediently. Rest assured, I won't let you wait too long. After that, you will be the next Empress of Great You." "What about him? I want to know how he is." Even though she couldn't make a sound, she still opened her mouth wide, tore her throat, and squeezed out a breath from her lungs. She used her lips to repeat the name she cared about the most. When he read her lips, a trace of sadness flashed past Xiao Yuni's face. Even now, even at this time, she was still thinking about Xiao Qing. Xiao Yuni's anger turned from hurt to anger, his fingers losing strength and almost pulling a lock of hair by her temples. He deliberately used the most vicious tone to say, "Speaking of which, there's one thing I forgot to tell you. Xiao Qing's background. He's actually not of Nanping Wang's bloodline, but the late Consort Zhang's unfilial son, my legitimate second imperial brother. That year, during the battle between the eldest sons, he had no choice but to be sent out of the palace to save his life. An Empress Mother knows all of this like the back of her hand. As smart as you are, Shu, what do you think Empress Mother will do before all of this ends? He, Xiao Qing, will definitely die, and it will definitely be in the most tragic and painful way in this world. There's no other possibility." Chapter 7:18. A huge wave hit her and stunned her. The shock in Ning Shu's heart was indescribable. In an instant, countless fragments flashed through her mind like broken feathers, shocking her to the core. She was suddenly enlightened, and her heart was filled with fear. So, this was the secret hidden on Xiao Qing. She simply couldn't believe how much pain and devastation he would feel after knowing all of this. And not only was she unable to stand by his side to comfort and support him, she had become his burden instead. Chao had set up such a trap that had lasted for more than 20 years and would definitely not end it so easily. She did not need to think to know how dangerous the Weiyang banquet 3 days later would be. Once he went, he would definitely die. She suddenly realized why Xiao Yuni had tied her up here. It was not as simple as turning her into a caged bird. She was trapped here, and Fei Luan, who was disguised as a substitute, was like a bait placed in a trap, luring Xiao Qing into jumping into the abyss willingly. What to do? What to do? What to do? What should she do now? The tangled and choked emotions collided and fought in her heart, causing her eyes to turn red and overflow with 2 long rivers. It was the first time she hated herself for being so powerless. She could only glare at Xiao Yuni so that she would not break down on the spot. Being stared at like that, Xiao Yuni narrowed his eyes unhappily and smirked coldly. "Don't look at me like that. I'm not the one who sent him to hell. At most, I'm just a bystander, adding fuel to the fire at the right time. He can only blame himself for entering the capital and dying obediently in Yunyan province." He could have died a good death, but he insisted on finding the root of the problem and was seeking his own death. All right, Xiao Shu, you should rest here. I'll visit you every day. Remember to be good. With that said, Xiao Yuni patted her soft cheeks softly and even touched the tip of her red nose intimately before he turned and left the secret room. In order to prevent Ning Shu from seeing through the mechanism, he deliberately used his body to block her. When the door of the secret room was about to close, Xiao Yuni's eyes were as dark as a snake's. He said softly, Shu-er, since you're not willing to turn back, I'll destroy all your other paths with my own hands, so that you have no choice but to turn back to me. A deep rumbling sound came from the secret passage, blocking his eyes and voice outside the secret passage. With a loud bang, the passage stopped abruptly. At the same time, it also locked all of Ning Shu's hopes in it. Unable to make any sound, Ning Shu could only open her mouth and cry silently. She, Ning Shu, had never been willing to submit to the heavens and earth. Even if she had been tortured and died a horrible death, she was not willing to bow her head to the unfair heavens and earth. But now she had been defeated. God, did you hear that? I admit defeat. Please let him hear my voice. Don't go. Xiao Qing, please don't go, don't go. You can't go. After running around day and night, Xiao Qing rarely had the leisure to sit quietly in the pavilion outside the hall, quietly waiting for the last ray of the setting sun to fall. Ye's hand was splashing ink on the dome, splashing out stars one after another. The summer heat was like a fish swinging its tail around the corners of the capital. When the sun had completely set, a cool breeze slowly came from the horizon. Xiao Qing felt the rare coolness of the day. For a moment, he leisurely poured the brewed tea into a bowl and pushed it in front of Tian-1 and the others one by one. Everyone had a bowl, and even Hui Mo, who was still recuperating on the sickbed, had a bowl. If it was any other time, Tian-1 and the others would be flattered and overjoyed. But now, they looked at each other, but no one moved. Jiusi had never lost his composure and recklessness. Young master, you can't go. If you go, it's the same as sending yourself to death. If you insist on going, please let us die first. Otherwise, we will never let you enter the palace, even if we offend our superiors. You're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.